Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was the reincarnation of an Egyptian god in the Pokémon world, Naruto x Sabrina, Pokémon. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Awakening Spiral. Golden light filtered through Saffron City's skyscrapers, casting long shadows across the bustling streets as afternoon surrendered to evening. A solitary figure strode confidently toward the imposing structure that housed the city's gym, his bright orange jacket fluttering in the gentle breeze. Whisker-like markings adorned each cheek, three symmetrical lines that caught the fading sunlight and seemed almost to shimmer with an inner energy all their own. Naruto Uzumaki paused, inhaling deeply as his cerulean eyes assessed the building before him. 6 badge pins glinted from the inside of his jacket: Boulder, Cascade, Thunder, Rainbow, Soul, and Marsh, each representing hard-fought victories and countless hours of training. One gloved hand absently stroked the worn Pokeball at his belt, feeling the subtle warmth that always emanated from it. "What do you think, partner?" he murmured, ready to face the strongest psychic in Kanto. The Pokeball vibrated slightly in response, a low rumble like distant thunder emanating from within. Naruto grinned, the expression transforming his serious face into something magnetic and youthful. "That's what I thought." Inside the gym, apprentices whispered as he passed. His reputation had preceded him, not as a champion or prodigy, but as something far more interesting, an anomaly. Conventional rankings failed to capture Naruto Uzumaki. Tournament officials classified him as inconsistent, gym leaders called him unpredictable, and the Pokémon League remained baffled by his unconventional battle style. That seemed to defy established theory yet produced undeniable results. The inner sanctum of the gym opened before him, revealing a vast arena surrounded by floating platforms. Darkness cloaked the ceiling, pinpricks of light mimicking stars to create the impression of battling in infinite space. At the far end, a slender figure sat cross-legged on an elevated dais, her long violet hair cascading over shoulders draped in a formal crimson jacket. Sabrina Natsumi, Saffron City's gym leader, opened her eyes slowly. They gleamed with an unnatural light that seemed to assess not just Naruto's physical form but layers beyond what ordinary vision could perceive. "The wandering enigma arrives at last," she said, her voice carrying effortlessly across the arena without seeming to increase in volume. "I've been expecting you, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto cocked his head slightly. "Have you now? Your psychic abilities tell you that." "Hardly necessary. Your battle with Erika in Celadon made quite an impression." She rose in a single fluid motion, descending to the arena floor with graceful steps. "A Nanette's defeating 4 grass types despite the type disadvantage. Unconventional, to say the least." "My partner doesn't believe in disadvantages," Naruto replied with an easy confidence that carried no arrogance, merely absolute faith. "We believe in understanding our own strength, not limiting ourselves to what theory says is possible." Something flickered across Sabrina's usually impassive features, curiosity, perhaps. She raised a slender hand, and the arena illuminated fully, revealing intricate psychic-resistant markings etched into the floor. "You speak of your Pokémon as if it chooses its own path. Doesn't yours?" Naruto asked, genuine surprise coloring his tone. Sabrina studied him more intently. Most trainers she could read like open books, their strategies, their fears, their motivations all transparent to her psychic senses. But this young man before her presented something different. His mind wasn't blocked exactly, but it shimmered with interference patterns that reminded her of heat rising from desert sand, distorting what lay beneath. "Shall we dispense with preliminaries?" she asked, producing a Pokeball from within her sleeve. "Official Saffron Gym rules. 3 Pokemon each." Naruto nodded, his expression shifting subtly as he entered battle focus. "Agreed." The referee materialized from the shadows. The challenge match between Sabrina of Saffron City and Naruto Uzumaki will now commence. Each trainer will use 3 Pokemon. Only the challenger may substitute. Begin when ready. Sabrina's first throw was elegant and precise. Espeon, manifest. The lavender feline materialized in a flash of light, its forked tail swishing gracefully as it landed without a sound. The red gem on its forehead pulsed with psychic energy. Naruto considered his options before selecting his response. Let's start things off right. Houndoom, show them what you've got. The dark canine Pokémon emerged with a fearsome howl, flames licking around its horns and spine. Steam rose where its clawed feet touched the cool floor of the arena. Sabrina's eyebrow arched slightly. Type advantage. Straightforward, unlike your reputation. Sometimes the direct approach works best, Naruto replied with that same confident smile. Houndoom, feint attack, Espeon, light screen. What followed wasn't the battle Sabrina had anticipated. Naruto's Houndoom moved with extraordinary speed and discipline, its attacks precise yet unpredictable. More Serper. Icing was how it sometimes seemed to act before Naruto's commands were fully voiced, as if responding to thoughts rather than words. When Houndoom finally succumbed to a powerful psychic attack that bypassed its type advantage through sheer force, Sabrina felt herself leaning forward with genuine interest. This wasn't merely a trainer with lucky strategies or a powerful Pokémon, there was something fundamentally different about how Naruto connected with his team. Impressive opening, she acknowledged. Your Houndoom's speed training is exceptional. He's always been eager to prove himself, Naruto replied, selecting his second Pokéball. But now, let's change the pace. Lantern, you're up. The water electric type appeared with a cheerful cry, its angular lure glowing brightly in the dim arena. Sabrina countered with Gallade, and another fierce exchange began. Throughout the battle, she found herself increasingly intrigued by the young trainer. His commands were sometimes unconventional, occasionally abandoning tactical advantage for maneuvers that seemed designed to bring out his Pokémon's natural strengths rather than exploit his opponent's weaknesses. When both were down to their final Pokémon, a subtle tension had filled the arena. The apprentices who had gradually gathered to watch stood in silent attention, sensing they were witnessing something unusual. You've impressed me, Naruto Uzumaki, Sabrina stated, holding her final Pokéball. Few trainers reach this point against me. But now you face my partner since childhood. Alakazam, manifest your power. The psychic Pokémon materialized, floating slightly above the ground, spoons held in each three-fingered hand. Its mustache twitched as its brilliant mind immediately began analyzing the battlefield. Naruto exhaled slowly, closing his eyes for just a moment. When he opened them, there was an intensity that hadn't been there before. I've been waiting for this moment, he said quietly, enlarging his final Pokéball. The sphere was unusual, weathered yet meticulously maintained, with faint markings etched into its red hemisphere that didn't match any standard manufacturer's design. My oldest friend and first partner. Let's show them what we've learned on our journey. Kurama, stand with me. The Pokéball opened with a flash of light that seemed brighter than normal, tinged with gold rather than pure white. From it emerged a Nettles unlike any Sabrina had ever encountered. Its fur was a deep, rich orange gold rather than the typical cream color, and intricate patterns resembling ancient script adorned its forehead and flanks. Most striking were its eyes, crimson with vertical slits that held an intelligence that sent an involuntary shiver down Sabrina's spine. Kurama, she repeated, the name triggering something in her memory, an old text she'd studied about mythological nine-tailed spirits. Before she could pursue the thought, Naruto called his first command. Kurama, Will-O-Wisp. What emerged wasn't the standard Will-O-Wisp technique. Instead of the usual floating blue flames, golden fire spiraled outward in complex patterns that resembled hieroglyphics before converging on Alakazam. Psychic barrier, Sabrina countered, her voice betraying rare urgency. As the two Pokémon engaged, something extraordinary began to happen. The psychic energy from Alakazam and He mysterious flames from Kurama created interference patterns in the air, visible ripples like heat distortion that spread throughout the arena. The markings on Kurama's body began to glow with increasing intensity. And to Sabrina's astonishment, similar patterns briefly flickered across Naruto's exposed skin. This energy signature, it's unlike anything I've encountered, Sabrina thought, Our psychic senses straining to understand what she was witnessing. It's not just Pokémon energy, there's something else interwoven with it. The battle escalated to extraordinary intensity. Alakazam's psychic attacks bent and warped around Kurama as if the fox Pokémon existed partially in another dimension. Meanwhile, Kurama's fire techniques carried unexpected properties, flames that turned corners, split into multiple attacks. or briefly paused in midair before continuing their trajectory. Kurama, infernal spiral, Naruto called out, a command Sabrina had never heard before. The Nenettles reared up on its hind legs, its 9 tails spreading in a fan pattern. Golden energy coalesced between them, forming a rotating disk of flame that launched toward Alakazam. Teleport and Psycho Cut, Sabrina countered. What happened next occurred so rapidly that few observers could follow it. As Alakazam teleported, the spiral of flame somehow anticipated its destination, curving impossibly through space. Simultaneously, as Alakazam formed its Psycho Cut attack, the psychic energy and golden flame collided. A pulse of energy erupted from the point of impact, expanding outward in concentric rings. Sabrina felt it wash over her, not as heat or force, but as information, overwhelming her psychic senses with fragments of images. A desert landscape, pyramids gleaming in the sun, a falcon soaring against a brilliant blue sky. Hieroglyphics transforming into living light. Across the arena, Naruto staggered slightly, one hand rising to his temple. In that moment, golden light briefly outlined his entire form, and the whisker markings on his cheeks deepened and spread, resembling ceremonial paint. The energy wave reached the walls and rebounded, converging again at the center of the arena. Both Pokémon were caught in the swirling nexus of power, obscured from view for several seconds. When the light faded, both stood facing each other, breathing heavily but still battle-ready. Silence gripped the arena. Sabrina realized her heart was racing, a rare physical response for someone with her emotional control. Whatever had just happened transcended ordinary Pokémon battling. Her scientific mind struggled to categorize it while her psychic intuition whispered of ancient powers stirring. What was that? She asked, her typically monotone voice colored by genuine wonder. Naruto looked as confused as she felt. I don't know. Kurama and I have worked on combining his attacks, but this was something else entirely. Before either could say more, Alakazam suddenly swayed and dropped to one knee. Its psychic energy depleted. The referee raised his flag toward Naruto's side of the field. Alakazam is unable to battle. Nenettles wins, which means the victory goes to the challenger, Naruto Uzumaki. The apprentices erupted in astonished murmurs. Sabrina rarely lost a full battle in her own gym, yet her reaction betrayed no disappointment. Instead, she recalled Alakazam with a respectful nod and approached the center of the arena, studying Naruto with undisguised interest. Congratulations, she said, extending a hand containing the marsh badge. Your victory was well earned and enlightening. As Naruto reached to accept the badge, their fingers briefly touched. In that moment of contact, Sabrina's psychic senses surged involuntarily, and a clear image formed in her mind. Naruto standing beneath the blazing sun, a magnificent pair of falcon wings composed of golden light extending from his back, his eyes transformed to those of a raptor, surveying a landscape both familiar and alien. She withdrew her hand quickly, concealing her reaction with practiced control. I would be interested in discussing your training methods sometime. Your connection with your Pokémon is unusual. Naruto grinned, the mysterious aura from the battle having subsided, leaving the charismatic young trainer once more. I'd like that, though honestly, I'm not sure I could explain it formally. Kurama and I have been together since I was a kid. Sometimes it feels like we just understand each other beyond words. At the mention of its name, the golden Nenettles padded forward, regarding Sabrina with intelligent eyes. Unlike most Pokémon who had just emerged from intense battle, it showed no signs of fatigue. Remarkable coloration, Sabrina observed. Regional variant, not exactly, Naruto replied, affectionately scratching behind Kurama's ears. The professor who gave him to me believed he might be the result of ancient selective breeding from a civilization that revered Nenettles as divine messengers. The markings are similar to those found in certain ruins. Which ruins? Asked a new voice from the gym entrance. All heads turned to see a woman standing in the doorway. Tall and striking, with copper-toned skin and dark hair pulled back in a practical braid, she wore the dust-covered clothing of someone who had come directly from fieldwork. Most distinctive was the weathered satchel slung across her body, emblazoned with the emblem of the International Pokémon Archaeological Association. Professor Arya Kepri, Sabrina acknowledged with a slight nod. I wasn't aware you had returned to Saffron. Just arrived this morning, the archaeologist replied, her amber eyes fixed intently on Kurama. I was at the university when I heard rumors of an unusual battle at the gym. She approached with measured steps, her gaze shifting between Naruto and his Pokémon. Those markings, may I? Naruto nodded, and Professor Kepri knelt beside Kurama, examining the patterns on his fur without touching him. Extraordinary, she murmured. These aren't random patterns or simple decorative breeding. These are Old Kingdom hieroglyphics, specifically from the cult of Horus. She looked up at Naruto with intense curiosity. Where did you find this Pokémon? I didn't, Naruto replied. Professor Oak gave him to me when I was 12. Said, he was a special case that needed a trainer who wouldn't try to make him conform to conventional training methods. Smart man, Samuel, Arya commented, standing up. And these markings have always been present. They haven't appeared gradually. They've always been there, but they seem more pronounced after certain battles, Naruto explained. Especially when Kurama uses fire techniques. Arya and Sabrina exchanged a look that contained volumes of unspoken communication. Mr. Uzumaki, Arya said, her tone measured yet betraying underlying excitement, I'm currently investigating newly discovered ruins outside Saffron City. Hieroglyphics matching these exact patterns were uncovered just 3 days ago. I believe there may be a connection worth exploring. What kind of ruins? Naruto asked, curiosity piqued. That's the fascinating part, Arya replied. They don't match any known Cantonian archaeological profile. The architecture and writing suggest ancient Egyptian influence, which is unprecedented in this region. It raises profound questions about ancient contact between distant civilizations, or something even more extraordinary. Sabrina, who had been silent during this exchange, suddenly interjected. The energy pattern during your battle, it created psychic impressions resembling Egyptian imagery. Pyramids, hieroglyphics, a falcon. Horus, Arya whispered, eyes widening. The falcon-headed sky god. Quote, an uncomfortable silence fell as both women studied Naruto with new intensity. Look, Naruto said with an awkward laugh, Kurama is unique, I know that. Connecting him to ancient Egyptian gods seems a stretch, doesn't it? Perhaps, Sabrina conceded, yet the psychic resonance I experienced was unusually specific. I'd like to invite both of you to visit the excavation site tomorrow. Arya proposed. Naruto, your Nanetals might react to the hieroglyphics in ways that could advance our understanding. And Sabrina, your psychic abilities could help interpret any residual energies in the chambers we've uncovered. Before either could respond, a distant explosion rocked the building, followed by the wail of emergency sirens. Naruto's head snapped toward the sound, his expression instantly shifting to alert determination. That came from downtown, Sabrina stated, already moving toward the exit. Her Alakazam materialized beside her without being summoned from its Pokeball, having recovered enough to sense its trainer's urgency. I'll check it out, Naruto said, Kurama already at his side. Kurama and I can move quickly through crowds. I'm coming too, Arya insisted, releasing a Pokemon of her own, a Siggly whose geometric body pulsed with psychic energy. If there's danger, my team is well equipped for emergency response. The three rushed into the street to find Saffron City in chaos. Smoke rose from the central plaza as civilians fled in panicked streams. Police officers struggled to establish a perimeter while their Growlithe partners barked alerts. Officer Jenny spotted them and rushed over. Sabrina, thank goodness. We have a situation with an extremely aggressive Pokémon. Nothing like I've ever seen before. Details. Sabrina requested crisply. It looks like a Persian, but wrong somehow. Black markings across its body, eyes glowing red. It's far larger than normal and seemingly immune to status effects. It's already disabled 3 police Pokémon. Kurama, let's go, Naruto said without hesitation, sprinting toward the plaza with his Nanetals keeping perfect pace. Sabrina exchanged a glance with Arya before both followed, their Pokémon hovering protectively nearby. The scene at the plaza was one of controlled devastation. The rogue Persian prowled atop a damaged fountain, its purport. Ions grotesquely expanded to nearly twice normal size. Most disturbing were the markings covering its body, not natural patterns but symbols that crawled across its fur like living ink, reminiscent of the hieroglyphics on Kurama but distorted, as if written by a shaking hand. Those symbols, Arya breathed. They're corrupted versions of ancient Egyptian script, specifically spells of chaos and destruction associated with Set. Horus's enemy. The Persian's head snapped toward them as if it understood her words. Its eyes blazed with unnatural crimson light, pupils contracted to tiny points. With a roar that no natural Persian could produce, it launched itself toward the group. Alakazam, reflect, Sabrina commanded. The psychic barrier materialized just in time, but the Persian's impact still drove them back several feet. The barrier shimmered and cracked like glass. It's not just physically stronger, Sabrina observed, it's generating some kind of anti-psychic field. Alakazam see, and barely maintain the connection needed for reflect. Let me try. Naruto stepped forward confidently. Kurama, confuse Ray. The Nenetal's eyes glowed, sending pulsing waves of golden light toward the Persian. Instead of causing confusion, however, the technique seemed to enrage it further. The dark symbols on its body writhed more actively, and it released a pulse of shadowy energy that dissipated Kurama's attack. Conventional moves won't work, Arya called out, consulting a small device she'd pulled from her satchel. These readings suggest it's drawing energy from another dimension. We need to sever that connection. The Persian lunged again, this time targeting civilians who hadn't managed to evacuate. Without hesitation, Naruto sprinted forward, placing himself between the creature and its intended victims. Naruto, Sabrina shouted in warning. Time seemed to slow as the Persian's claws extended toward Naruto's unprotected chest. In that suspended moment, something extraordinary happened. Naruto's eyes flickered from blue to gold, the whisker markings on his cheeks deepened and extended across his face in patterns that matched those on Kurama, and he raised his hand not in fear but in command. Enough. The word emerged not just as sound but as palpable force. Golden energy erupted from his extended palm, forming a protective barrier shaped like a falcon's wing. Where this energy touched the Persian's corrupted symbols, they sizzled and faded, causing the creature to recoil with a pained shriek. Naruto stood motionless, as surprised by what had happened as everyone watching. The golden energy continued to flow around him, illuminating his form from within and casting dramatic shadows across the plaza. Kurama, now, he called, instinctively knowing what needed to be done. The Nenetal's bounded forward, its own markings glowing in perfect resonance with Naruto's. Golden fire spiraled from its 9 tails, forming a complex pattern in the air that matched specific hieroglyphics. As this fire touched the Persian, the corrupted symbols began to dissolve, flaking away like burnt paper. Within moments, the Persian collapsed, returned to normal size. The malevolent energy dissipated, leaving an ordinary, if exhausted, Pokémon lying unconscious on the damaged plaza stones. As suddenly as it had appeared, the golden energy surrounding Naruto vanished. He swayed slightly, momentarily disoriented, before Kurama pressed against his leg supportively. The crowd that had gathered at a safe distance erupted in applause and relieved cheers. Officer Jenny approached cautiously, eyeing the now normal Persian. What just happened? She asked, looking between Naruto, Sabrina, and Arya. Arya knelt beside the Persian, examining it with both visual inspection and instruments from her satchel. The corrupting influence has been purged. It's just a normal Persian now, though it will need medical attention. But what was that influence? Jenny pressed. And how did he? She gestured toward Naruto, do whatever he just did. Sabrina stepped forward smoothly. A rare case of dimensional energy disruption affecting a susceptible Pokémon. Fortunately, Mr. Uzumaki's Nenetal's possesses counter-resonance capabilities that neutralized the effect. She spoke with such authoritative precision that Officer Jenny simply nodded, accepting the explanation despite its deliberate vagueness. As medical teams arrived to care for the Persian and assess damage to the plaza, Sabrina drew Naruto and Arya aside. What happened with that Persian wasn't natural, she stated flatly. And what you did, Naruto, wasn't conventional Pokémon training. Naruto ran a hand through his spiky blonde hair, genuine confusion evident. I don't know what I did. It just happened. Like instinct. The symbols on that Persian, Arya said quietly, were ancient Egyptian curses specifically associated with Set, the god of chaos and destruction, eternal enemy of Horus. And the energy you manifested. She paused, choosing her words carefully. It matched exactly the descriptions of Horus's divine protection in ancient texts. Naruto shook his head in disbelief. That's You're suggesting I somehow channeled the power of an Egyptian god. That's impossible, is it? Sabrina challenged. The Pokémon world is full of phenomena science still can't explain. Legendary Pokémon with powers approaching godhood. Dimensional rifts. Ancient civilizations with technology matching or exceeding our own. She lowered her voice further. During our battle, I glimpsed something within you. Something ancient and powerful, dormant but awakening. Kurama pressed closer to Naruto, its intelligent eyes holding an almost protective gaze. The fox Pokemon's tail swished in an agitated pattern. The ruins I'm excavating might provide answers, Arya offered. They contain a chamber with a central motif of Horus transferring his essence into a human vessel to continue his eternal battle against Set when direct divine intervention became impossible. Reincarnation, Sabrina supplied, a concept found in many ancient beliefs. Naruto looked between them, then down at Kurama, who met his gaze with what seemed like confirmation. You've always known, haven't you? He asked softly. The Nettles gave a subtle nod that required no psychic abilities to interpret. This is a lot to process, Naruto admitted, his usual confidence temporarily shaken. I've always felt different, connected to something I couldn't explain. But this goes beyond anything I imagined. Tomorrow, Arya said decisively, meet me at the eastern gate at dawn. The ruins may hold answers that speculation cannot provide. As they parted ways, none of them noticed the slender figure watching from a rooftop across the plaza. A woman in sleek modern clothing with subtle Egyptian-inspired elements, her eyes hidden behind specialized goggles that had recorded everything. She touched a communicator at her wrist. Pharaoh. Confirmation achieved. The vessel is active and the Guardian has bonded. Preliminary awakening observed during stress response. Proceeding to Phase 2. The response came in a deep, cultured voice. Excellent work, Nephthys. Monitor but do not engage. If Horus has indeed found his vessel, Set shall soon find his. Naruto couldn't sleep. His apartment, a modest rental on Saffron's east side, felt suddenly alien and confining. He paced the small living area while Kurama watched from his customized bed, larger and more elaborate than most trainers provided for their Pokémon. Was it always supposed to be like this? Naruto asked, not expecting an answer yet somehow feeling that Kurama understood perfectly. All these years, the connection we've had. It wasn't just trainer and Pokémon, was it? Kurama's intelligent eyes followed him, the fox's expression inscrutable yet somehow conveying ancient patience. Naruto stopped at his window, gazing out at Saffron's skyline. The modern city with its technological marvels seemed suddenly young and temporary against the backdrop of what Arya had suggested. Ancient gods, eternal conflicts. Powers beyond human understanding. He raised his hand, staring at the palm that had generated that golden energy. It looked entirely ordinary now, no different from any other day of his 19 years. Yet something had changed fundamentally. He could feel it, a subtle awareness at the edge of his consciousness, like remembering a dream that continually slipped away when he tried to focus on it. Guardian, he murmured, recalling the mysterious woman's words that he hadn't consciously heard but somehow remembered now. What am I guarding, Kurama? The Nettles rose from its bed and padded over to Naruto, pressing its warm flank against his leg. The gesture was comforting in its familiarity. This, at least, was unchanged. Whatever else might be happening, their bond remained a constant. A soft knock at his door broke the moment. Naruto glanced at the clock, nearly midnight. Who would visit at this hour? Cautiously, he approached the door. Who is it? Sabrina, came the measured response. May I speak with you? Surprised, Naruto opened the door to find the gym leader standing in the hallway. She had changed from her formal gym attire into simpler clothes, dark pants and a gray tunic, but her presence remained commanding. Sorry for the late hour, she said, though her tone carried no actual apology. My meditation revealed something that couldn't wait until morning. Naruto stepped aside to let her enter. No problem. I wasn't sleeping anyway. Sabrina's gaze immediately went to Kurama, who returned her assessment with equal intensity. After a moment, she nodded slightly as if confirming something to herself. During my meditation, I attempted to process the psychic impressions from our battle and the incident with the Persian, she explained, taking the seat Naruto offered. Something unexpected occurred. I received a vision, clear and distinct in a way that transcends my normal psychic experiences. A vision of what? Naruto asked, sitting across from her. The ruins Arya is excavating. Within them is a sealed chamber that contains. She paused, choosing her words carefully, a test or trial of some kind. The vision showed you facing it, but the outcome was obscured. Quote, how do you know it wasn't just imagination based on today's events? Sabrina's expression remained composed, but her eyes betrayed rare uncertainty. Because the vision included specific hieroglyphic sequences I've never seen before. When I transcribed them afterward, they formed phrases that I couldn't possibly know, detailed Old Kingdom Egyptian that even most archaeologists wouldn't recognize without reference materials. She produced a small notebook and opened it to a page filled with carefully drawn symbols. These appeared in my vision. They translate roughly to, when the eye of Horus awakens, the vessel must prove worthy through the 5 trials of spirit. Only then can the full mantle be claimed and the eternal battle renewed. Naruto stared at the hieroglyphics, experiencing the disconcerting sensation that he should be able to read them directly. Certain symbols seemed to shimmer and almost translate themselves before the moment passed. You believe this is about me, he stated rather than asked. The evidence is becoming difficult to dismiss, Sabrina replied with characteristic directness. Your connection with Kurama, the energy you manifested, my psychic impressions, Arya's archaeological discoveries, the corrupted Persian with set symbols. She paused. And there's something else. During our battle, when that energy pulse occurred, I sensed multiple consciousnesses within you momentarily aligning. Naruto's eyes widened. Multiple consciousnesses. Like possession. Not exactly. More like. Sabrina searched for the right analogy. Imagine a radio picking up several stations simultaneously, but then briefly tuning perfectly to one specific frequency. The other stations don't disappear, they simply harmonize temporarily. Kurama had been watching their exchange with evident interest. Now, the Nettles rose and walked to a shelf where Naruto kept his few personal possessions. With delicate precision, it used its muzzle to nudge a small box to the edge until it fell into Naruto's lap. What's this about? Naruto asked his partner, though he recognized the box immediately, a wooden kontai. NER given to him alongside Kurama by Professor Oak, with instructions to keep it safe but no explanation of its contents. Kurama's intent gaze was unmistakable. Naruto opened the box, revealing a PLE pendant, a golden eye of Horus on a leather cord, tarnished with age. I've always had this, but never understood its significance, he explained to Sabrina. Professor Oak said it belonged with Kurama, that they came as a pair. Sabrina leaned forward, her psychic senses focusing on the amulet. It's resonating with both you and Kurama. And, her voice faltered slightly, it's responding to my psychic probe in a way no inanimate object should. As if confirming her words, the pendant began to glow with faint golden light. The same light appeared in the markings on Kurama's fur and, most startlingly, beneath Naruto's skin in patterns matching his whisker marks. What's happening? Naruto asked, fighting the urge to drop the suddenly warm pendant. A synchronized energy resonance, Sabrina observed with professional detachment that barely masked her fascination. The pendant is connecting with something inside both of you. The glow faded gradually, leaving the 3 of them in contemplative silence. Tomorrow at the ruins, Sabrina finally said, we may find more answers. Or more questions. She stood to leave, then hesitated. Naruto, regardless of what this means, what you did today saved lives. Whatever power is awakening within you, you channeled it for protection. That suggests a fundamental alignment with Horus's nature as a guardian deity. After she departed, Naruto returned to the window. The pendant clutched in his hand. The weight of this new reality settled around him, not oppressive but undeniable. Whatever was happening transcended normal understanding of Pokémon training or human capability. Guardian, he repeated softly, the word feeling right on his tongue. He glanced at Kurama, who sat watching him with unwavering trust. I guess we Avenue a lot more to learn about each other, partner. The Nettles gave a soft yip of agreement as Naruto slipped the pendant over his head. The moment it settled against his chest, he felt a subtle shift, not in the world around him, but in his perception of it. Colors seemed slightly richer, sounds more distinct, and beneath it all, a faint rhythm like distant wings beating against the sky. Dash dash dash. Dawn painted Saffron City in hues of gold and amber as Naruto approached the eastern gate. Kurama walked beside him, the Nettles' fur catching the early light with an almost metallic gleam. The pendant hung visible around Naruto's neck, a decision made after hours of consideration. Whatever was happening, hiding from it seemed both futile and contrary to his nature. Arya and Sabrina waited with evident impatience. Both dressed for fieldwork. Behind them idled a rugged vehicle bearing the Pokémon Archaeological Association logo. You felt it too, didn't you? Arya asked without preamble, noting the pendant. Something's accelerating. The energies are becoming more active. Naruto nodded. All night. Dreams of places I've never seen. A voice just beyond understanding. The ruins are responding similarly. Arya confirmed, gesturing for them to board the vehicle. Increased energy readings, glowing hieroglyphics, temperature fluctuations. Something is building toward a threshold event. As they drove through Saffron's eastern outskirts, the urban landscape gave way to rolling hills dotted with stands of ancient trees. Arya navigated with the confidence of someone who had made this journey many times in recent days. The excavation wasn't planned, she explained, negotiating a particularly rough section of dirt road. We were conducting a standard archaeological survey. For a planned development when ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalous structures. Initial digging exposed stonework that doesn't match any known Cantonian architectural style. Egyptian influence, Sabrina supplied. Beyond influence, Arya corrected. Pure Old Kingdom construction techniques and hieroglyphics, as if a temple from the Nile Valley had been transplanted intact. It defies conventional archaeological understanding. Quote, they crested a final hill, and Naruto's breath caught. Before them stretched a modest valley, its center dominated by an excavation site surrounded by research equipment and temporary structures. What commanded attention, however, was the massive stone doorway that had been unearthed, carved from black granite and covered in gold-inlaid hieroglyphics. T seemed to shimmer with their own inner light. The entrance was sealed until 3 days ago, Arya said as they parked. It opened simultaneously with a minor earthquake reported near Cerulean City. Since then, we've mapped several chambers, all leading to a central room we haven't yet accessed. As they approached the excavation, Naruto noticed the research team watching him with undisguised curiosity. Word had clearly spread about yesterday's events. Professor Kepri, a young assistant called, rushing toward them. The inner door, it's responding to something. The symbols are changing. Arya broke into a run. Naruto and Sabrina close behind. They descended into the excavation via a series of wooden ramps, the temperature dropping noticeably as they entered the ancient structure. Electric lights illuminated corridors carved with breathtaking precision, walls covered in scenes depicting falcon-headed deities, solar barks, and cosmic battles. These aren't just decorative, Arya explained as they hurried deeper. They're a historical record of Horus's conflict with Set, but with specific references to Pokémon appearing throughout. They reached a vaulted chamber where several researchers huddled around monitoring equipment. At the far end stood an imposing door of black granite, covered in hieroglyphics that appeared to be slowly rearranging themselves like living things. Impossible, one researcher whispered. Stone doesn't move like this. It's responding to his presence, Arya said, gesturing toward Naruto. The energy readings spiked the moment you entered the complex. Kurama padded forward without prompting, approaching the door with confident steps. The hieroglyphics responded immediately, flowing more rapidly into new configurations. The Nettles touched its nose to the stone, and golden light spread outward from the contact point. Without conscious decision, Naruto found himself walking forward, drawn by an inexplicable certainty. The pendant against his chest grew warm, and the whisker markings on his face tingled with energy. The symbols, Arya translated rapidly, they're forming a challenge or invitation. Let the vessel of Horus approach and be judged by the sacred flames. Only the worthy may pass into the chamber of awakening. As Naruto reached the door, the hieroglyphics suddenly froze in their new arrangement. A small recession appeared in the stone at eye level, a depression that matched the shape of his pendant. Sabrina and Arya exchanged glances but remained silent, understanding that this moment belonged to Naruto alone. With steady hands, Naruto removed the pendant and placed it in the depression. It fit perfectly, as if made for this exact purpose. The moment it settled into place, golden light erupted from every hieroglyphic on the door, bathing the chamber in brilliant illumination. The stone door began to recede into the floor with surprising silence, revealing a circular chamber beyond. At its center stood a raised dais supporting a life-sized statue of a falcon-headed man in a pose of benediction. Around the room's perimeter, 5 smaller statues depicted different aspects of Horus, as child, as warrior, as judge, as healer, and as cosmic protector. The Chamber of Awakening, Arya breathed, her professional detachment momentarily abandoned in pure wonder. Naruto stepped through the doorway, Kurama at his side. As they crossed the threshold, the 9-tailed fox's entire body began to glow with golden light, the hieroglyphics in its fur standing out in brilliant relief. The CENTRAL statue's eyes, inlaid with gemstones, suddenly illuminated from within. A voice filled the chamber, speaking in a language Naruto had never heard yet somehow understood perfectly. The vessel approaches. The guardian has prepared the way. Let the awakening begin. Golden energy flowed from the statue toward Naruto, surrounding him in a cocoon of light. Within that radiance, he experienced a cascade of images. A temple beside the Nile, priests chanting in ancient Egyptian, a falcon soaring above pyramids, battles against shadowy forces, and finally, a ritual where a divine essence was carefully preserved against future need. When the light faded, Naruto remained standing, outwardly unchanged yet profoundly different. The whisker markings on his face had permanently deepened into formal patterns matching the hieroglyphics on Kurama. His eyes, when he opened them, flashed momentarily with golden light before returning to their natural blue. "I remember," he said simply, his voice overlaid with harmonic resonance. "Not everything, but enough to understand." "Understand what?" Sabrina asked quietly. "Why I'm here. What I must become." He turned to face them, his expression reflecting both Naruto's natural confidence and something older, wiser. Horus and Set. Their conflict wasn't just mythology. They were entities of immense power from another dimension who influenced our world throughout history. Arya nodded slowly. The divine spiral theory. The idea that what ancient cultures perceived as gods were actually interdimensional beings whose energies aligned with certain legendary Pokémon. Yes, Naruto confirmed. But when direct intervention became impossible due to cosmic laws, they found another way to continue their presence. Horus preserved his essence, to be reborn in human vessels across generations when needed. And Kurama, he gestured to the Nanetals, is a guardian created to recognize and guide each vessel. "And you believe you are this vessel?" Sabrina asked, her tone not skeptical but seeking confirmation. "I know I am," Naruto replied with quiet certainty. "Not a complete reincarnation, more like a potential vessel being prepared. The full awakening hasn't occurred yet. These are just the first steps." His gaze swept the chamber, reading hieroglyphics with newfound understanding. This place was created as a training ground for vessels. The 5 statues represent the 5 trials I must complete to fully integrate Horus's essence with my own. A distant rumble shook the chamber, dust falling from the ancient ceiling. Ari's communicator chimed with an urgent alert. "Seismic activity near the city center," she reported with concern. "And energy readings matching what we observed with the corrupted Persian yesterday, but much stronger." Naruto and Kurama exchanged a look of perfect understanding. Set's influence is growing as well. The balance is shifting. Another tremor, stronger this time, caused several researchers to stumble. "We need to return to the city," Naruto stated with calm authority that seemed to blend his natural leadership with something more ancient. "Whatever's happening there is connected to all of this." As they hurried back through the corridors, Sabrina moved alongside Naruto. "What you experienced in there, does it change who you are?" Naruto considered this carefully. "Not change, exactly. More like expansion. I'm still myself, but with access to memories and abilities that were always meant to be mine." He smiled, the expression purely Naruto despite the extraordinary circumstances. "I'm still the trainer who challenged your gym yesterday. Just with a better understanding of why Kurama and I have always been different." They emerged into sunlight to find dark clouds gathering unnaturally over Saffron City in the distance, lightning flickering within their depths. The sight confirmed what they all suspected. The awakening of Horus's essence in Naruto had triggered a corresponding response from the forces aligned with Set. As they boarded the vehicle for their urgent return journey, Naruto touched the pendant now returned to his neck. The path ahead would challenge everything he understood about himself, about Pokémon, about the very nature of reality. Yet as he met Kurama's steady gaze, he felt ready to face whatever came next. The first steps of awakening had been taken. The ancient conflict was renewing in modern form. And somehow, a Pokémon trainer with whisker markings and a golden Nanettle stood at the center of forces that had shaped civilization since its earliest days. The spiral was awakening. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, Eyes of the Falcon. Night blanketed Saffron City under a canopy of restless clouds. Occasional lightning illuminated the skyline in stark relief, casting harsh shadows across the metropolis before surrendering again to darkness. No rain fell despite the atmospheric tension. The storm hung suspended, as if waiting. In his modest apartment, Naruto tossed on sweat-dampened sheets. His consciousness drifted between worlds, the familiar confines of his bedroom dissolving into sun-baked limestone and endless desert. Behind closed eyelids, his eyes darted rapidly as ancient memories not his own unfolded in vivid detail. The Nile stretched before him, a silver-blue ribbon cutting through golden sand. White-ailed boats drifted on its surface while farmers worked irrigated fields along the banks. Priests in pristine linen garments ascended temple steps, bearing offerings to the gods who protected their civilization from the forces of chaos. He soared above it all, seeing through the eyes of a falcon, sharp, precise, missing nothing. The wind caressed feathers he didn't possess in waking life, yet could feel with perfect clarity. Below, people raised their hands in reverence as his shadow passed over them. The scene shifted abruptly to a vast chamber lit by flickering torches. Hieroglyphics covered every surface, depicting cosmic battles between order and chaos. At the chamber's center stood two figures locked in eternal opposition, one with the head of a falcon, the other with the elongate snout of a mysterious animal, neither dog nor anteater but something uniquely unsettling. Horus and Set, light and shadow, protection and destruction, they circled each other in combat at transcended physical limitation, each blow sending ripples through reality itself. With every exchange, the universe trembled. Stars flickered, dimensions wavered, the vessel must remember, AVOICE intoned from everywhere and nowhere. The ancient conflict awakens once more in new form. The figures blurred, their eternal battle transforming into something recognizable yet alien, to him. NSE Pokémon facing each other across a battlefield that spanned continents. One radiated golden light, its form reminiscent of both bird and human. The other pulsed with shadows that consumed everything they touched. Find the five. The voice continued. Only through them can the spiral be completed. Naruto bolted upright, gasping for breath. Golden light briefly illuminated his room, emanating not from lamp or lightning but from the hieroglyphic patterns now permanently etched across his skin. Beside his bed, Kurama watched with unblinking crimson eyes, the Nanettles' 9 tails spread in a defensive fan. You saw it too, Naruto whispered, not a question but a realization. The fox Pokémon nodded once, its intelligent gaze conveying understanding no words could adequately express. Outside, thunder rolled across the city, a sound too rhythmic to be natural, almost like distant drums announcing the approach of something momentous. Naruto swung his legs over the bed's edge, pressing his palms against his temples. The dream vision lingered with unusual clarity, not fading like ordinary dreams but settling into his consciousness like memories being restored to their rightful place. The 5, he repeated, trying to make sense of the cryptic message. 5 what? People, Pokémon, artifacts. Kurama approached, pressing its warm flank against Naruto's leg. The simple contact grounded him, bringing his racing thoughts into focus. Whatever was happening, whatever he was becoming, the bond with his oldest friend remained his anchor to himself. His phone buzzed on the nightstand. The display showed 3:17 a.m. and a message from Professor Kepri, urgent developments at site. New chamber exposed by tremors. Symbols responding to seismic activity. Can you come first light? Asterisk. Naruto typed a quick affirmative response, then paused, fingers hovering over the screen. After a moment's consideration, he added, had vision dream. Ancient Egypt. Horus and Set battling. Message about finding the five. Significant. Asterisk. The response came almost immediately. Extremely. Don't discuss over unsecured channel. We'll explain at site. Bring protection. Not just Pokémon. Asterisk. The cryptic warning sent a chill through him that had nothing to do with the pre-dawn air. Whatever discoveries the night's tremors had revealed, Arya clearly believed they might attract dangerous attention. Sleep now impossible. Naruto moved to the window. Saffron's lights twinkled below, most citizens unaware of the ancient forces stirring in their midst. How strange that just days ago, he had been simply a talented but unconventional trainer seeking his 8th gym badge. Now he stood at the threshold of something that transcended modern understanding, something that connected the world of Pokémon to myths and legends predating recorded history. We should prepare, he told Kurama, who had already begun gathering supplies with efficient movements that belied the fox's animal form. As Naruto packed essentials into his weathered trainer's backpack, his gaze fell upon the collection of badges pinned inside his jacket. Each represented not just victory but growth, lessons learned through both triumph and occasional failure. Would those experiences serve him in what lay ahead, or was he stepping into a realm where conventional training meant nothing? The pendant around his neck warmed against his skin, as if responding to his uncertainty with reassurance. Whatever challenges awaited, he would face them as he always had, with determination, adaptability, and the unwavering support of his Pokémon partners. Dawn was still hours away, but Naruto knew sleep would not return. Instead, he settled cross-legged on the floor, Kurama mirroring his posture across from him. Together, they closed the eyes and focused on their breathing, a meditation technique they had developed years ago to center themselves before important battles. This time, however, something different happened. As their breathing synchronized, golden energy manifested around them, not the explosive power from yesterday's confrontation but a gentle illumination that connected them through spiraling patterns of light. Within this shared energy, images flowed between them with increasing clarity, fragments of ancient knowledge, techniques for channeling the power now awakening within Naruto, and warnings about the forces aligning against them. When they finally opened their eyes, the first hint of dawn painted the eastern horizon. Both trainer and Pokémon had changed subtly during those hours of communion. An invisible alignment had occurred, preparing them for the day ahead. Let's go, Naruto said simply, gathering his gear. Kurama's 9 tails swished in agreement as they headed into the uncertain dawn. The archaeological site buzzed with activity despite the early hour. Additional security personnel had been positioned around the perimeter, a precaution Naruto noted with concern as he approached the main entrance. Professor Kepri met him at the checkpoint, her usual composed demeanor strained by evident exhaustion and excitement. You felt it too, she stated rather than asked, noting the shadows beneath his eyes. The visions are accelerating, Naruto nodded. Like memories I never knew I had suddenly becoming accessible. But fragmented, incomplete. The timing correlates perfectly with our discoveries, Arya confirmed, leading him past busy researchers toward the main excavation. Last night's tremors exposed a previously hidden chamber beneath the main temple structure. The hieroglyphics there, they're unlike anything I've seen in 20 years of Egyptian archaeology. They descended wooden stairs into the excavation, the temperature dropping noticeably with each step into the earth. Overhead lights illuminated the massive stone doorway they had entered yesterday, but Arya guided him past it toward a narrow fissure in the chamber's floor that hadn't been there before. The seismic activity created this access point, she explained, indicating sophisticated equipment monitoring the opening. Ground-penetrating radar shows an extensive complex beneath us, possibly larger than what we've already mapped. Naruto peered into the darkness below. Have you sent anyone down? 2 researchers, briefly. They reported unusual phenomena, hieroglyphics that change when observed, temperatures that fluctuate without apparent cause, and most significantly, a central chamber with a raised platform that they described as waiting for something. She fixed Naruto with an intense gaze. One researcher's equipment malfunctioned completely. The other's recorded imagery shows nothing but static when it should have captured the chamber's contents. It doesn't want to be documented, Naruto surmised. It's waiting for direct interaction. Precisely my hypothesis. Arya handed him specialized climbing gear. I'd like you to accompany me below. Your connection to the Sei ruins has been demonstrated repeatedly. If the chambers are indeed responsive to your presence, we may witness something unprecedented in archaeological understanding. As they prepared to descend, Sabrina arrived, her composed features revealing nothing of her thoughts. I sensed the psychic disturbance from across the city, she stated without preamble. The energy signature matches what I fested during our battle and yesterday's incident. Arya nodded. We've recorded similar energy spikes since midnight. They're increasing in both frequency and intensity. You should join us, Naruto suggested to Sabrina. Your psychic abilities might perceive things neither of us can. The gym leader inclined her head in agreement. That was my intention. There are patterns forming in the PS. Y chic plane around this site, connections to other locations throughout the region. Something is establishing a network. The three descended carefully into the fissure, Kurama following with agile leaps that belied his size. The narrow opening soon widened into a large chamber untouched by modern excavation tools, perfectly preserved as it had been sealed thousands of years earlier. Unlike the upper chambers with their formal, precise hieroglyphics, this room featured fluid, almost organic designs that seemed to ripple across the stone surfaces. The air itself felt charged with potential energy, creating a subtle pressure against their skin. Remarkable preservation, Arya whispered, her professional assessment at odds with the awe in her voice. These pigments should have degraded over millennia, yet they appear freshly applied. Sabrina moved to the chamber's center, her psychic senses extended. This place exists partially in another dimension. Time flows differently here. Naru, to approach the far wall where the largest concentration of hieroglyphics depicted a complex scene, a falcon-headed figure directing energy into 5 distinct vessels, each represented by different symbols, a stylized eye, a feather, a crook, an ankh, and a serpent. The 5, he murmured, recognition flickering through him. As his fingers traced the falcon figure, the entire wall illuminated WITH golden light that spread outward in concentric rings. Arya gasped. The pigments are responding to your touch, reconfiguring themselves. Indeed, the hieroglyphics began shifting positions, LS flowing like liquid to form new arrangements. At the center, the falcon-headed figure transformed, its features becoming more recognizable, more human. With mounting astonishment, Naruto realized it now resembled him, complete with the whisker markings on his cheeks. It's updating itself, Sabrina observed, recording current events into its historical narrative. Not just recording, Arya corrected, translating rapidly. Prophesying. These new inscriptions speak of the current awakening. The vessel returns in time of need. The eternal enemy stirs from shadow. The 5 winds must gather to complete the spiral. The 5 winds, Naruto repeated, the term resonating with his dream. What does that mean? Before Arya could respond, a tremor shook the chamber, dislodging ancient dust from the ceiling. Simultaneously, Sabrina stiffened, her psychic senses detecting something the others couldn't. We're not alone, she warned. Multiple presences approaching the excavation from different directions. Their thoughts are guarded, but their intent is hostile. Arya immediately activated her communicator. Security alert at main site. Implement protocol Omega immediately. The response came back fragmented through static. Multiple individuals breaching perimeter, unusual Pokémon with enhanced abilities, researchers being. The transmission cut off abruptly. We need to get back to the surface, Arya stated, urgency replacing scientific curiosity. They hurried toward the fissure entrance, but halfway across the chamber, the ground beneath them illuminated with a previously invisible circular design. Golden energy erupted upward, surrounding them in a pillar of light that pulsed with increasing intensity. What's happening? Naruto shouted over the rising hum of energy. Some kind of automated defense system, Arya theorized, scanning the rapidly changing hieroglyphics with professional detachment despite their predicament. Or, no, it's a transportation mechanism. The chamber dissolved around them in a flash of golden light. For a breathless moment, they existed everywhere and nowhere, consciousness stretched across multiple points in space simultaneously. Then reality reasserted itself, and they found themselves standing in an entirely different chamber, larger and more elaborate than the one they'd left. Dimensional displacement, Sabrina stated, recovering her composure more quickly than the others. We've been moved to another location within the complex. But where exactly? Arya wondered, examining their new surroundings. The answer presented itself as they took in the massive circular chamber. At its center stood an elevated platform bearing an ancient altar. The walls curved upward to form a dome ceiling painted with a cosmic map, constellations both familiar and alien rendered in gold and lapis lazuli. Most impressive were the 12 massive statues positioned around the room's perimeter, each depicting a different Egyptian deity with uncanny realism. The Hall of the Divine Council, Arya breathed, recognizing the chamber from ancient texts. It shouldn't exist outside Egypt. The only known reference to such a place describes it beneath the Great Pyramid at Giza. Naruto approached the central altar, drawn by an inexplicable certainty. Upon its surface rested a single object, a ceremonial dagger with a blade of unusual golden metal and a hilt carved from ivory, inlaid with hieroglyphics that matched those on Kurama's flank. The Blade of Division and Unity, he said, the name coming to him from somewhere beyond conscious memory. Used in the original separation of Horus and Set when they were once a single entity. Arya stared at him. How could you possibly know that? That information isn't in any archaeological record. I just know, Naruto replied, unable to explain further. Sabrina's attention had shifted elsewhere. While this discovery is significant, we have more immediate concerns. I can sense the surface conflict from here. The excavation team is under attack by highly trained individuals with corrupted Pokémon similar to the Persian we encountered, but more numerous and powerful. We need to help them, Naruto stated immediately, looking for an exit. There, Arya pointed to a corridor leading away from the chamber. Based on the architectural layout, that should lead upward toward the main complex. As they hurried down the passage, the sounds of conflict grew clearer, commands being shouted, Pokémon attacks discharging, and the unmistakable chaos of battle. Kurama's ears pricked forward, his pace accelerating as they neared the source. They emerged into a scene of controlled devastation. The main excavation chamber had become a battlefield. Security person, Nell and their Pokémon formed a defensive perimeter around civilian researchers, while black-clad attackers pressed forward with methodical precision. Most disturbing were their Pokémon, each bearing erupted markings similar to the Persian from Saffron City, their natural colors distorted by crawling patterns of shadow. The Set Collective, Arya identified grimly. Extremists who believe in ending the return of chaotic forces to cleanse the modern world. One attacker spotted them emerging and shouted orders to his companions. 3 immediately broke off their assault to intercept the newcomers. Releasing corrupted Pokémon. A Houndoom whose flames burned black instead of red, a Crobat with wing membranes inscribed with shadowy hieroglyphics, and a Tyranitar whose stone hide bore CKS from which purple energy leaked like toxic gas. Spread out, Naruto directed, instinctively taking command. Sabrina, left flank. Arya, provide ranged support. All engage center. The women moved without hesitation, recognizing the natural authority in his voice, something beyond his years that carried the weight of ancient experience. Alakazam, manifest, Sabrina called, her primary partner materializing instantly. Sigily PH, to the field. Arya summoned her psychic flying type, its geometric body pulsing with ancient power. Kurama, let's show them what we can do, Naruto stated simply. The Nenettles already moving into position before him. The corrupted Houndoom charged first, black flames dripping from its jaws like liquid shadow. It moved with unnatural speed, crossing the distance faster than a normal Pokémon could manage. Kurama, safeguard into flamethrower. The Nenettles responded with perfect timing, establishing a golden barrier that deflected the black flames. Before countering with a precise stream of fire that struck the Houndoom mid-leap. Instead of the expected impact, however, the corrupted Pokémon absorbed Kurama's flames, its body swelling with stolen energy. Conventional attacks are being converted, Arya warned, observing similar results as her Sigilyph's air dissipated harmlessly against the corrupted Crobat. Naruto assessed the situation rapidly, drawing on both his trainer's instincts and the ancient knowledge now accessible to him. They're drawing power from another dimension, the realm of Set. We need to disrupt that connection. He closed his eyes briefly. centering himself as he had during meditation with Kurama. The pendant against his chest warmed, and golden energy began flowing through his body, illuminating the hieroglyphic patterns on his skin. Kurama, purifying flame. The Nanetals responded to the previously unknown command as if they had practiced it countless times. Its 9 tails fanned outward, each tip igniting with golden fire that spiraled together above its back. The combined flame compressed into a concentrated sphere before launching toward the corrupted Houndoom. Where this golden fire touched the shadow markings, they sizzled and dissolved. The Houndoom howled, not in pain but release, as the corrupting influence was burned away, revealing the natural Pokémon beneath. Across the chamber, the set collective members shouted in alarm. The vessel has awakened. One called in a language Naruto somehow understood despite never having studied it. Fall back and regroup. We aren't prepared for direct confrontation. Don't let them escape. Arya commanded the security team. They'll destroy evidence and artifacts if given the chance. Chaos erupted as the attackers initiated withdrawal while simultaneously creating diversions. Smoke bombs filled the chamber with obscuring clouds while small explosive devices damaged support structures, creating hazardous debris. Through the confusion, Naruto caught glimpses of the retreating figures. One in particular stood out, a woman in sleek tactical gear with distinctive silver-white hair pulled into a tight braid. Before disappearing into a side passage, she locked eyes with him across the chamber. Her gaze held neither fear nor anger but calculated assessment, as if cataloging every detail of his appearance for future reference. Security teams, establish a perimeter. A new voice cut through the chaos, authoritative and fierce. Air filtration units activated. Structural reinforcement teams to the eastern supports immediately. Through thinning smoke emerged a striking woman in the distinctive uniform of the International Pokémon Rangers. Athletic and commanding, she moved with the confident grace of someone accustomed to crisis management. Her sun-bronzed skin and windswept hair the color of autumn leaves suggested someone who spent most of her life outdoors in challenging environments. Beside her flew a Tropius, its leaf wings generating air currents that helped disperse the smoke while simultaneously supporting damaged sections of ceiling with carefully directed vine whip attacks. Professor Kepri, the newcomer addressed Arya directly. Sight is compromised but containable. My team has secured the perimeter and is tracking 2 escape vehicles heading northwest. Ranger Rivera, Arya acknowledged with evident relief. Your timing is impeccable. Official response to your security alert, the Ranger replied briskly, her attention already shifting to triage priorities. Though I wasn't expecting to find the set collective operating so boldly. Her gaze fell on Naruto, sharp assessment evident in eyes the color of tropical waters. You're the anomaly they mentioned in the briefing. The trainer with the unusually marked Nanetals. Naruto Uzumaki, he introduced himself, intrigued by her directness. And this is Kurama, Marisol Rivera, elite ranger specializing in archaeological site protection and flying type crisis response. She studied him with undisguised curiosity. Your intervention likely prevented significant casualties. That technique, purifying flame, was it, completely neutralized the corruption affecting their Pokémon. I've never seen anything like it. It's new, Naruto admitted, unsure how much to explain. Marisol's expression suggested she recognized the deliberate vagueness but chose not to press. Well, whatever it is, we could use more of it. The corrupted Pokémon we've encountered recently have been resistant to conventional treatment methods. The immediate crisis contained. The group convened in the excavation's makeshift command center. Emergency teams treated injuries while security personnel established enhanced protective measures around the site. Arya coordinated damage assessment with her archaeological team, her scientific precision undiminished by the attack. The timing wasn't coincidental, Sabrina observed, joining Naruto and Marisol at a central table covered with site maps. They attacked precisely when we discovered the lower chamber. They've been monitoring the excavation, Marisol confirmed, indicating small devices her team had recovered. Sophisticated surveillance equipment embedded in the perimeter markers. Some technology I don't recognize, not commercially available, possibly custom military grade. What were they after? Naruto wondered aloud. You, Arya stated bluntly, approaching with a tablet displaying security footage. Or more specifically, confirmation of what you represent. The video shish, Ode the silver-haired woman who had locked eyes with Naruto during the attack. She stood before the hieroglyphic wall moments after their group had been transported to the Hall of the Divine Council. Examining the changed inscriptions with evident satisfaction. They wanted to confirm the prophecy was activating, Arya continued. That the vessel had returned. They got what they came for, then implemented a controlled withdrawal. Not just withdrawal, Marisol added, bringing up her own data. They placed specialized devices at key structural points throughout the complex. Not explosives, something designed to measure and possibly influence the energy signatures emanating from the ruins. To what end? Sabrina inquired. Control, perhaps, Arya speculated. If they can map the energy network Sabrina detected, they might be able to manipulate it for their own purposes. Naruto absorbed this information with growing concern. If they serve Set's influence, their goal would be to increase chaos and breakdown, to weaken the boundaries between dimensions in preparation for something larger. Marisol gave him a curious look. You speak about ancient Egyptian mythology with unusual familiarity for a Pokémon trainer. It's complicated, Naruto replied with an awkward smile. He's the reincarnation of Horus, Arya stated matter-of-factly, apparently deciding that professional discretion was less important than practical cooperation in their current situation. Marisol blinked, the only indication of surprise on her otherwise composed features. I see, and I suppose his Nanetals is a guardian entity created to recognize and protect the vessel through multiple incarnations, Arya continued. At least, that's what the hieroglyphics indicate. To everyone's surprise, Marisol simply nodded thoughtfully. That would explain the unusual energy readings my equipment detected during your battle intervention. Similar patterns have appeared at other sites with UNEX. Planed archaeological anomalies throughout the region. You're taking this rather calmly, Naruto observed. Marisol's expression shifted to something more personal, a brief glimpse behind her professional demeanor. I grew up in the Orange Archipelago among people who have always understood that the boundary between myth and reality is thinner than modern science acknowledges. My grandmother was a lore keeper who taught me that legendary Pokémon are simply the most visible manifestations of forces that have many expressions. She shrugged. Besides, I've encountered enough inexplicable phenomena during my ranger career to develop a practical approach. I observe, I document, and I adapt. The conversation was interrupted by an urgent call from the excavation entrance. Professor Kepri, the hieroglyphics in the main chamber, they're changing again. The group hurried to investigate, finding the massive wall of inscriptions in fluid motion once more. Symbols flowed across stone surface, CES-like schools of fish changing direction in perfect unison. As they watched, the random movements coalesced into structured patterns, a map of the Kanto region with 5 points illuminated by glowing hieroglyphics. The 5 winds, Naruto murmured, recognition flickering through him. Arya translated rapidly, her fingers tracing the evolving text. When chaos threatens order, the vessel must unite the 5 winds to complete the divine spiral. Each embodies an aspect of wholeness: mind, knowledge, passion, spirit, and creation. Coordinates, Marisol identified, comparing the map with her ranger navigational system. These 5 locations form a perfect pentagram across Kanto with Saffron City at the center. And each corresponds to a significant archaeological or energetic anomaly, Arya added, referencing her tablet. The northern point is Mount Moon, site of mysterious moonstone concentrations. East is the Pokémon Tower in Lavender Town with its spiritual energies. South indicates the seafloor ruins recently discovered near Cinnabar Island. West appears to be the technologically advanced research facility outside Celadon City. And the final point, power plant, Sabrina supplied. The abandoned facility where electric-type Pokémon gather to feed on unusual energy discharges. Naruto studied the map intently, an inexplicable certainty growing within him. These aren't just locations, they're individuals, the 5 people I need to find to complete whatever this divine spiral represents. People at these locations, Arya questioned. No, Naruto shook his head. People who embody the aspects mentioned: mind, knowledge, passion, spirit, and creation. His gaze drifted toward Sabrina. You're one of them. The aspect of mind. The gym leader's eyes widened. Slightly. the closest she typically came to showing surprise. That would explain the increasing psychic resonance I've experienced in your presence. And Professor Kepri, Naruto continued, pieces falling into place. Knowledge. Your understanding of ancient civilizations and ability to interpret the hieroglyphics isn't coincidental. Arya looked stunned but didn't deny the possibility. The text does mention the Keeper of Forgotten Wisdom as one aspect. Marisol folded her arms, expression skeptical. And the others, passion, spirit, and creation. You believe you need to find specify. See individuals who somehow embody these concepts. Yes, Naruto confirmed, certainty growing stronger. And once found, they need to. He hesitated, reaching for knowledge that remained just beyond his grasp. To form the divine spiral, Sabrina completed, her psychic intuition engaging with the concept. A unified energy pattern that strengthens the barriers between dimensions while channeling G-Horus's power through you in a sustainable way. This is getting rather mystical for an archaeological expedition, Marisol noted dryly, though her tone lacked dismissal. Says the woman who just accepted divine reincarnation without batting an eye, Arya replied with unexpected humor. Marisol conceded the point with a slight smile. Fair enough. But if this divine spiral is so important, why hasn't the prophecy activated before now? What's changed? The question hung in the air momentarily before Sabrina answered. The dimensional barriers are weakening. I've sensed it for months. Increasing disturbances in the psychic plane. Unusual Pokémon behavior, dreams reported by sensitive individuals throughout the region. The corrupted Pokémon, Naruto added. They're symptoms of incursion from Set's dimension. And based on what we've seen, the Set Collective is deliberately accelerating the process. Further discussion was interrupted by a low rumble that shook the entire complex. Unlike the previous tremors, this one built steadily in intensity, focusing particularly on the area where they had discovered the fissure leading to the lower chambers. Everyone out, Marisol commanded, Ranger training taking over. Structural integrity compromised. The evacuation proceeded with remarkable efficiency under Marisol's direction. As the last researchers cleared the entrance, the group looked back to see the massive doorway collapse inward, sealing the excavated chambers beneath tons of stone and earth. The sight, Arya whispered, professional devastation evident in her voice. Deliberate, Sabrina stated, scanning the rubble with her psychic senses. Precisely calculated charges placed at key structural points. The Set Collective is covering their tracks, and preventing further access to whatever remains below. Naruto approached the sealed entrance, placing his palm against the collapsed stone. Through the pendant, he sensed the chambers below, not destroyed but protected. Shielded from further intrusion until the proper time. It's not lost, he assured Arya. Just waiting. The knowledge remains accessible through other means. As they regrouped amid the controlled chaos of emergency response teams, Marisol studied Naruto with renewed interest. You handled yourself impressively in there. Your bond with your Nenettles goes beyond typical trainer-Pokémon relationships. We've been together a long time, Naruto replied with genuine affection as Kurama pressed against his leg. Where did you train? Your battle style doesn't match any formal school I recognize. Mostly self-taught, Naruto admitted. I traveled a lot as a kid. Picked up techniques from different regions and adapted them to what worked for me and my team. Unconventional, Marisol observed. I appreciate that. Too many trainers follow established patterns without questioning whether they serve their Pokemon's natural strengths. Their conversation was interrupted by Arya's return from consulting with security personnel. The Set Collective members have escaped the immediate area, but Ranger teams are tracking their movements. More concerning are the energy reading CES they placed throughout the complex before departure. They're still transmitting data despite the collapse. To whom? Sabrina inquired. Unknown, Arya admitted, but given their resources and organization, someone powerful is coordinating their activities. The four gathered around a portable table where Arya displayed the regional map with the 5 points highlighted. If the hieroglyphic prophecy is correct, these locations represent our next objectives. Each contains information critical to completing this divine spiral. We should split up, Marisol suggested pragmatically. More ground before the Set Collective can mobilize further resources. No, Naruto countered, surprising himself with his certainty. We need to proceed together, at least initially. If this is about gathering the 5 winds, as individuals rather than just information from these locations, my presence may be necessary to recognize them. Besides, Sabrina added, divided we present easier targets. The attack today demonstrates our opponents are well organized and determined. Marisol considered this, then nodded. Logical. But which location first? Lavender Town, Naruto said without hesitation. The Pokémon Tower. That's where we'll find the aspect of spirit. How can you be certain? Arya asked. Naruto touched the pendant, which had grown warm against his skin. I just know. The same way I recognized you and Sabrina as aspects of knowledge and mind. Intuitive connection to the prophecy, Sabrina theorized. The awakening Horus consciousness guiding you toward completion of the spiral. Or excellent guesswork, Marisol commented, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely dismissing the supernatural explanation. As they finalized plans for their journey to Lavender Town, Naruto found himself studying Marisol more carefully. Her practical approach and direct manner created an interesting counterpoint to Sabrina's measured calm and Arya's scholarly intensity. Though she maintained professional distance, something about her fierce competence and underlying passion for protecting both Pokémon and historical sites resonated with him. Passion, he thought suddenly. The realization striking with unexpected clarity. She embodies the aspect of passion, the fierce protective energy that drives action. Asterisk. He kept this insight to himself for now, curio. As weather events would confirm his suspicion. If correct, 3 of the 5 winds had already gathered around him, drawn by circumstances that only appeared coincidental on the surface. As the group prepared to depart the excavation site, Kurama suddenly stiffened, eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Following the Nenettles' gaze, Naruto observed a solitary figure watching from a nearby ridge, too distant to identify clearly. Yet somehow familiar. The pendant warmed against his chest, and unbidden knowledge surfaced, the pharaoh observes. The vessel is confirmed. The ancient game resumes. Asterisk. Before he could point out the watcher to his companions, the figure vanished. Whether by conventional movement or something more mysterious remained unclear. What lingered was a sense of being measured, assessed by an intelligence that had participated in this cosmic conflict through many iterations. Something wrong? Marisol asked, noting his distraction. Just a feeling, Naruto replied, ennui. Ling to add further complications to their already extraordinary situation. We should move quickly. I suspect time is becoming a factor. As they departed the excavation site, none noticed the small, golden scarab beetle that emerged from the collapsed entrance, its metallic carapace catching the afternoon sun. It scuttled after them with singular purpose, tiny eyes gleaming with unnatural intelligence. The game indeed had resumed, pieces moving into position across a board encompassing not just geographical space but dimensions of reality most humans never perceived. And at the center stood a young trainer with whisker markings and a golden Nenettles, rediscovering powers that had shaped civilizations since time immemorial. Night had fallen by the time they reached the Pokémon Center in Saffron City. The journey from the excavation site delayed by necessary debriefings with archaeological authorities and Ranger Command. The center's quiet efficiency provided welcome respite after the day's chaos. Its healing facilities attending to their Pokémon while they gathered in a private conference room Nurse Joy had provided at Sabrina's request. The Set Collective will regroup quickly, Arya cautioned. Spreading maps and documents across the table. Their attack today suggests access to resources beyond what typical extremist groups command. Agreed, Marisol said, reviewee. Ranger Intelligence reports on her specialized device. Preliminary analysis of equipment recovered at the site indicates military-grade technology with custom modifications. Someone with significant NT financial backing is supporting their operations. Sabrina, who had been silent since their arrival, suddenly focused on Naruto. You recognized something at the site before we left. A presence. He shouldn't have been surprised by her perception. Yes, someone watching from the ridge, someone connected to all this. I felt recognition, not my own, but from the Horus consciousness. The vessel remembers its opposite. Sabrina murmured, if you carry Horus's essence, someone must embody Set's counterbalance. The pharaoh, Naruto supplied, the title emerging unbidden. That's how the knowledge within me identifies him. The leader of the Set collective isn't just an extremist, he's the chosen vessel for Set's reincarnation. This revelation created momentary silence around the table. Then this conflict is deeply personal, Arya observed. Not merely ideological but a continuation of an ancient rivalry through new forms. Which makes our next steps even more critical, Marisol concluded practically. If we're facing an organized opposition with both mystical and modern resources, we need to secure the remaining wins before they can interfere. The discussion turned to logistics, transportation to Lavender Town, security precautions, communications protocols. Throughout these pragmatic considerations, Naruto found his attention repeatedly drawn to the pendant around his neck. The golden eye of Horus seemed to pulse with subtle warmth against his skin, responding to thoughts and emotions he couldn't fully articulate. We should rest while we can, Sabrina eventually suggested. Tomorrow's journey requires full alertness. As the group dispersed to their assigned rooms, Naruto found himself restless despite physical exhaustion. The center's standard accommodation felt confining after the day's expansive revelations. He stepped outside into the center's rear garden, designed as a peaceful space for recovering Pokémon and their trainers. Kurama padded silently beside him. The Ninetales' presence a comforting constant amid accelerating change. They found a secluded bench beneath a flowering tree, silver moonlight filtering through branches to cast PP-led patterns across the ground, not unlike the hieroglyphics that had flowed across ancient stone hours earlier. Everything's changing so quickly, Naruto murmured to his partner. A week ago, I was just focused on completing the gym circuit. Now I'm apparently gathering people for a mystical, divine spiral, to counter an ancient Egyptian god's influence. Kurama's expression conveyed both sympathy and something like amused patience, as if to suggest this turn of events, however unexpected to Naruto, had been long anticipated by the fox. You've always known, haven't you? Naruto realized. All these years, you were waiting for this awakening. The Ninetales inclined its head in clear affirmation. That explains a lot, a new voice observed from behind them. Naruto turned to find Marisol approaching. Her ranger uniform exchanged for casual clothes that somehow diminished none of her commanding presence. She carried 2 steaming mugs, offering one to Naruto as she sat beside him. Couldn't sleep either, he asked, accepting the beverage, a rich herbal tea with unfamiliar but pleasant aromatics. Ranger habit, she explained. After high-intensity field operations, I review and process before attempting rest. Helps prevent the mind from cycling through events when trying to sleep. She nodded toward his Ninetales. Your partner is remarkable. Most Pokémon would be exhausted after today's events. Yet he maintains perfect alertness. Kurama's always been exceptional, Naruto acknowledged with pride. Even as a Vulpix, he demonstrated abilities and awareness beyond his evolution stage. Like recognizing a reincarnated Egyptian deity when others saw just another promising trainer. Marisol suggested, her tone balanced perfectly between skepticism and openness. Naruto chuckled. When you put it that way, it sounds absurd. Many truths do, she replied simply. In my work, I've witnessed phenomena that defy conventional explanation, Pokémon displaying abilities no research has documented. Ancient sites that respond to specific individuals, energies that operate outside known physical laws. She sipped her tea thoughtfully. The scientific community tends to classify these as anomalies or measurement errors. Those of us who work directly with Pokémon in their natural environments know better. You're surprisingly accepting of all this, Naruto observed. Most people would demand more proof or dismiss it entirely. Marisol's expression shifted subtly, revealing something more personal beneath her professional demeanor. My first assignment as a Junior Ranger was investigating unusual weather patterns in the Orange Archipelago. What was reported as unseasonable storms turned out to be the legendary birds, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, engaged in a territorial dispute that threatened the regional climate. She gazed upward at the stars visible between tree branches. When you've witnessed 3 mythical Pokémon battling above an ancient shrine while the sea and sky respond to their emotions, your definition of impossible becomes rather flexible. Naruto found himself smiling. There was something refreshing about her pragmatic acceptance Ants, neither overly mystical like some who encountered legendary phenomena nor dismissively rational like those who required everything to fit existing frameworks. Besides, she continued with unexpected directness, I've been having dreams. For months now. Desert landscapes, falcon imagery, hieroglyphics I shouldn't recognize but somehow understand. She fixed him with an assessing gaze. They intensified when I arrived in Kanto 3 weeks ago. And today, watching you channel that golden energy, it felt like witnessing something I'd already seen. The pendant warmed against Naruto's chest, and understanding crystallized. You're definitely one of the 5 winds. The aspect of passion. Rather than questioning or denying this, Marisol simply nodded thoughtfully. That aligns with I experienced at the excavation site, a resonance when you described the 5 aspects. Though, passion, seems an unusual designation for a ranger trained in disciplined response protocols. Not passion as in emotional excess. Naruto clarified, drawing on knowledge that continued to surface from his awakening connection to Horus. Passion is life force, the fierce protective energy that drives purposeful action. In Egyptian symbolism, it's represented by the lion-headed goddess Sekhmet, protective ferocity in service of maintaining cosmic order. My grandmother would appreciate that interpretation. Marisol replied with a slight smile. She always said my intensity needed proper channeling. Their conversation paused as Kurama suddenly alert, ears pricked toward the surrounding garden. A moment later, Naruto sensed it too. A subtle disturbance in the center's peaceful energy, like a discordant note in a familiar melody. Marisol had already risen, her ranger instincts engaging before conscious thought. Something's approaching from the eastern perimeter. Without discussion, they moved in coordinated response, Naruto and Kurama circling right while Marisol went left, using the garden's landscaping as cover. They converged on the source of the disturbance, a shadowy figure crouched beside the center's auxiliary power unit. Stop right there, Marisol commanded, her authoritative tone leaving no room for negotiation. The figure straightened slowly, revealing a slender woman in form-fitting dark clothing. Most striking was her silver-white hair, the same distinctive colora Naruto had glimpsed during the excavation attack. Nephthys, he identified, the name coming from that other consciousness within him. The woman smiled thinly. The vessel remembers. How interesting. Her accent was cultured, her words precisely chosen. I'm merely observing, not interfering. No need for hostilities. Sabotaging the center's power supply seems beyond observation, Marisol countered. Her stance ready for immediate action. Not sabotage, Nephthys corrected. Data collection. Your energy signature is distinctive, Naruto Uzumaki. Worth monitoring as it evolves. Kurama growled low in his throat. Tails spreading in warning. The Guardian recognizes me, Nephthys noted with clinical interest. Previous encounters encoded in its consciousness despite the passage of millennia. Fascinating continuity. What does the Set Collective want? Naruto demanded. Want? Such a limited concept. She made a dismissive gesture. The collective serves greater purpose than mere wanting. We facilitate necessary transition, from stagnant order to creative chaos, from preservation to transformation. By corrupting Pokémon and attacking archaeological sites, Marisol challenged. Nephthys regarded her with new interest. The passionate one awakens to her role. 3 gathered already. She returned her attention to Naruto. You progress faster than previous iterations, Vessel. The Pharaoh will be pleased. A worthy opponent makes the eternal game meaningful. This isn't a game, Naruto stated firmly. People and Pokémon are being hurt by whatever you're doing. Quote, temporary discomfort during necessary evolution, Nephthys replied with disturbing calm. Creation requires destruction. Rebirth demands death. Set understood this when Horus could not, the fundamental paradox that drives existence. Before either could respond, she activated something on her wrist. A pulse of shadow energy erupted outward, momentarily disorienting them. When their vision cleared, she had vanished. Teleportation technology, Marisol assessed, scanning the area with a device from her pocket. Sophisticated. Similar energy signature to what we detected at the excavation site. Naruto approached the power unit where Nephthys had been working. Attached to its surface was a small device emitting a subtle pulse that resonated uncomfortably with the pendant around his neck. Don't touch it, Marisol warned. examining the device with her scanner. Energy siphon with monitoring capabilities. It's designed to detect and record specific frequencies, likely your unique energy signature. They're tracking me, Naruto realized, monitoring how the awakening progresses. Which means they'll know our next destination, Marisol concluded grimly. We should alert the others. As they returned inside to inform Sabrina and Arya of this development, Naruto found himself troubled by Nephthys's words. The clinical detachment with which she discussed corruption and chaos suggested something beyond typical extremism, a true believer in cosmic principles that transcended human concerns about suffering or consequence. More disturbing was her reference to previous iterations, implying this conflict between Horus and Set had cycled through multiple incarnations throughout history. If true, what had been the outcomes of those earlier confrontations? And what determined success or failure in this eternal struggle? The pendant provided no answers this time, only a persistent warmth against his skin, like a subtle reminder that whatever had begun could not be reversed. The awakening would continue, gathering momentum like a wave approaching shore, carrying him and his newfound companions toward a destination still shrouded in mystery. Dawn found them departing Afron City via a less obvious route than originally planned. Marisol's ranger connections had secured unmarked transportation while Sabrina's psychic abilities provided early warning of potential surveillance. Arya completed their preparation by outfitting everyone with specialized communication devices developed for archaeological expeditions in signal-disrupting environments. If the Set Collective attempts to isolate us, these will maintain connection, she explained, demonstrating the rugged wristbands. They operate on frequencies most interference technology doesn't target. The Jorn, EY to Lavender Town would normally take less than a day, but their indirect route through lesser-used paths extended their travel time. This enforced proximity provided opportunity for deeper discussion about their extraordinary situation. The prophecy specifically mentioned 5 aspects, Arya noted as their vehicle navigated a narrow forest road east of Saffron. Mind, knowledge, passion, spirit, and creation. We've identified 3, Sabrina as mind, myself as knowledge, and apparently Marisol as passion. Spirit clearly connects to Lavender Town, Sabrina added. The Pokémon Tower houses the strongest concentration of spiritual energy in Kanto. Someone there must embody this aspect. And creation? Marisol questioned. The western point on our map indicated the research facility near Celadon City. What aspect of creation would we find there? Not artistic creation, Naruto supplied, drawing on the fragmentary knowledge that continued surfacing. Creation is innovation, bringing new forms into existence through understanding fundamental principles. A scientist or engineer, Arya interpreted. Someone who creates through technical knowledge rather than artistic expression. Kurama, who had been resting comfortably beside Naruto, suddenly raised his head alertly. The Nenettles' ears swiveled toward something outside their perception, and a low warning rumble emanated from his throat. Everyone tensed immediately. What is it? Naruto asked his partner. In response, Kurama moved to the vehicle's window, gazing intently skyward. Following his line of sight, they spotted what had triggered his alertness, a dark shape circling high above, its movement too precise to be a wild Pokémon. Surveillance, Marisol confirmed, enhanced ranger binoculars revealing details invisible to naked eyes. Mechanical drone disguised as a Firo. Advanced design with optical camouflage capabilities. Set Collective, Arya questioned. Likely, Sabrina replied, her psychic senses extended. I detect focused intent directed toward us, though from a significant distance. They're tracking our movement without direct confrontation, Marisol concluded. Gathering intelligence for a planned interception. Naruto considered their options. Should we attempt to disable it? Negative, Marisol decided after brief consideration. Engaging would confirm they've located us, and potentially trigger immediate response. Better to modify our approach. She directed their driver to take an upcoming Forest Service road, a barely visible turn that disappeared into dense undergrowth. The vehicle navigated increasingly rough terrain until they reached a small clearing containing a weathered ranger station. Seasonal outpost, Marisol explained as they disembarked. Unmanned, this time of year but maintained with basic supplies. Inside, She activated communications equipment that looked significantly more advanced than the rustic cabin would suggest. Regional Ranger Command. This is Elite Ranger Rivera requesting protocol misdirection, authorization Sierra 9 Delta. The response came immediately. Confirmed, Ranger Rivera. Deployment in 20. Recommended exfiltration vector. Northeast quadrant. Low visibility approach. Target coordinates follow. She transmitted data from her personal device. As they gathered equipment from the vehicle, Naruto questioned this sudden change. What exactly is protocol misdirection? Multiple decoy vehicles deployed along different routes while aerial support creates sensor confusion, Marisol explained efficiently. Standard procedure when high-value research expeditions face potential interference. And our actual transportation? Arya inquired. Marisol allowed herself a slight smile. Something more interesting than a standard transport. Within 30 minutes, the distinctive sound of powerful wings approached the clearing. A magnificent dragonite descended from above, its massive form moving with surprising grace. Harnessed to its broad back was an aerodynamic pod capable of comfortably seating 4 passengers. Ranger Corps Special Operations Transport, Marisol introduced as the dragonite landed. Cairo is one of our most experienced navigation specialists. He can fly at high altitude to avoid detection while maintaining stable conditions for passengers. The dragonite acknowledged the introduction with a dignified nod, its intelligent eyes assessing each of them carefully. Impressive, Naruto acknowledged, approaching respectfully. Cairo studied him with particular interest, nostrils flaring slightly as if detecting something beyond ordinary human scent. He senses your unique energy signature, Marisol observed. Dragon types are particularly sensitive to dimensional anomalies. After brief preparations, they boarded the specialized pod. Its interior proved surprisingly comfortable despite compact dimensions, with secure seating and observation ports that provided exceptional visibility without compromising the aerodynamic profile. Kurama initially hesitated before the unfamiliar conveyance, but after exchanging a look of apparent communication with the dragonite, settled comfortably beside Naruto. Whatever assessment had occurred between the two Pokémon seemed to have established mutual respect. Their aerial journey offered a perspective of Kanto few travelers experienced, soaring above forest canopies and mountain ridges, watching the landscape unfold like a living map below. Cairo navigated with extraordinary precision, maintaining an altitude that balanced visibility with detection avoidance. As they approached Lavender Town from the northwest, the Pokémon Tower became visible on the horizon, a solemn structure rising above the modest town like a silent guardian. Even from a distance, its distinctive atmosphere was palpable, a solemnity that transcended ordinary architecture. The spiritual energy emanating from the tower has increased significantly, Sabrina noted. Her psychic sensitivity detecting changes invisible to others. Something is responding to our approach. Not just responding, Naruto added, the pendant warming against his chest. Anticipating, Cairo descended toward a clearing some distance from the town proper, a precaution against being observed by potential set collective operatives. As they disembarked, Marisol provided the dragonite with instructions for a secondary patrol pattern before rejoining them. We'll approach the tower from the eastern forest path, she directed. Less visibility than the main road. The afternoon sun had begun its westward decline as they made their way through wooded terrain surrounding Lavender Town. Unlike the vibrant forests near Viridian or Celadon, these woods carried a hushed quality, colors slightly muted. Sounds somewhat dampened, as if the proximity to the tower's spiritual energy affected the very atmosphere. The boundary between worlds thins here, Sabrina observed quietly. It's why the tower became a resting place for departed Pokémon. The veil between life and death is naturally permeable in this location. As they emerged from the forest edge, Lavender Toe spread before them, a community built in harmony with its solemn purpose. Buildings clustered respectfully around the tower's base, their architecture subdued yet dignified. Unlike most Pokémon centers with their bright modern design, Lavender's facility adopted the town's reserved aesthetic while maintaining all necessary functions. We should establish our presence officially before approaching the tower, Arya suggested. A research visit provides reasonable cover. Agreed, Sabrina concurred. As a gym leader, my interest in psychic phenomena at the tower raises no suspicions. They made their way through quiet streets. aware of curious but respectful glances from townspeople accustomed to visitors drawn by the tower's significance. The Pokémon Center welcomed them with subdued efficiency. Nurse Joy's customary cheerfulness modulated to match the town's atmosphere. "We're fortunate in our timing," Joy informed them during registration. "The monthly purification ceremony takes place this evening. Visitors are welcome to observe from the designated areas." "Purification ceremony?" Naruto inquired. "A tradition dating back centuries," Joy explained. "The Shrine Maiden and her assistants perform rituals to ensure peaceful transition for departed Pokémon spirits and maintain harmony between realms." "Quite beautiful, though few outsiders appreciate its deeper significance." The pendant warmed noticeably against Naruto's chest at the mention of the Shrine Maiden. Kurama, too, reacted with evident interest, his tail swishing in a pattern that suggested recognition rather than random movement. "This Shrine Maiden," Naruto began carefully, "has she served the tower long?" "Miss Eiko. She's relatively young, early 20s perhaps, but tremendously gifted. She assumed the role after her grandmother passed 3 years ago. The Sakino family has maintained the tower's spiritual balance for generations." After securing accommodations and refreshing themselves from the journey, the group gathered to plan their approach to the tower. "The ceremony presents an ideal opportunity to observe this Eiko Sakino without drawing attention," Arya suggested. "If she is indeed the embodiment of the spirit aspect, there may be visible resonance when in proximity to Naruto." "Assuming the aspects recognize each other instinctively," Sabrina noted. "Our connections weren't immediately apparent until specific triggers occurred. The awakening is accelerating," Naruto replied, touching the pendant thoughtfully. "Each connection strengthens the overall pattern. I susp. ECT recognition will happen more rapidly now." As evening approached, they made their way to the Pokémon Tower. Unlike its imposing exterior presence, the tower's interior conveyed serene dignity rather than morbid solemnity. Soft lights illuminated stone walls adorned with carvings depicting the journey of Pokémon spirits. Floral offerings and memorial tablets created personal touches throughout the ceremonial spaces. They joined other visitors on a mezzanine overlooking the central chamber where preparations for the ceremony were underway. White-robed assistants arranged ritual implements, while incense filled the air with subtle, calming fragrances. A hush fell over the assembled observers as a solitary figure entered the chamber from a side passage. Eiko Sakino moved with composed grace. Her traditional Shrine Maiden attire, white haori and crimson hakama, flowing elegantly with each deliberate step. Most striking was her unusual coloration, hair the pale lavender of dawn clouds woe. RN in a traditional style secured with ceremonial combs, skin like finest porcelain, and eyes of such a deep violet they appeared almost luminous in the chamber's soft lighting. "Remarkable spiritual pressure," Sabrina murmured, her psychic senses fully engaged. "She exists simultaneously in multiple planes." Naruto hardly registered the observation. The moment Eiko had entered, the pendant Agai NST his chest had flared with golden warmth, and the hieroglyphic patterns across his skin pulsed with answering energy. Kurama, too, responded, the markings on his fur illuminating subtly, visible ONL. Why to those who knew to look for such manifestation? Below, Eiko faltered mid-step, her composed expression briefly disrupted by surprise. Her gaze lifted immediately to the mezzanine, unerringly finding Naruto among the observers. For a suspended moment, their eyes locked in mutual recognition that transcended ordinary awareness. Then, with the disciplined composure of someone extensively trained in ceremonial precision, she continued to her position at the chamber's center. Only the slight trembling of her hands as she lifted the ceremonial bell betrayed the impact of that momentary connection. The ceremony proceeded with haunting beauty, chants in ancient language, precise movements that traced sacred patterns in the air, offerings of purified water and sacred herbs. Throughout, Eiko's spiritual presence expanded beyond her physical form, creating a luminous field that interacted with the tower's ambient energy in complex harmonies. Most observers perceived only the aesthetic CTS of the ritual, its grace and solemnity. But for those with deeper perception, something extraordinary was occurring. With each passing moment, the boundary between physical and spiritual realms grew more permeable, allowing glimpses of the departed Pokémon whose spirits resided within the tower. Ghostly forms materialized briefly before dissolving again, ghastly and haunter primarily, but occasionally rarer manifestations. Most remarkable was the presence of a mismagus hovering protectively near Eiko, its form more substantial than the other apparitions, suggesting a particularly strong connection to the physical realm. As the ceremony reached its crescendo, Eiko raised both hands toward the tower's upper reaches. Golden light spiraled upward from her fingertips, creating pathways that momentarily revealed the true nature of the tower, not merely a memorial structure but a cosmic lighthouse guiding spirits between dimensions. When the final bell tone faded, returned silence held SPECIAL quality, not absence of sound but presence of peace. The observers remained motionless for several moments, affected despite varying levels of comprehension. Eiko completed the ceremony with a final bow toward the tower's sacred center. As she turned to leave, her gaze once again found Naruto with undisguised intentionality. A slight inclination of her head conveyed clear meaning. Wait. Asterisk. The spectators gradually dispersed, discussing the ceremony's beauty in hushed tones as they descended to the tower's lower levels. Naruto and his companions remained behind, understanding the unspoken invitation. She recognized you immediately, Arya observed. More precisely than any of us did initially. Her spiritual sensitivity likely transcends ordinary perception, Sabrina suggested. Shish. Exists partially in the realm where these connections originate. After the chamber had emptied of other visitors, Eiko returned through a different entrance, accompanied by the mismagus that had appeared during the ceremony. She had removed the more elaborate elements of her ceremonial attire but still carried the dignified presence of her role. The vessel of Horus arrives as the veil thins, she stated without preamble. Her voice melodious yet carrying surprising authority. I have awaited this meeting since the moon turned red last season. You know who I am, Naruto responded, equally direct. I know what you carry. She corrected gently. The essence seeking wholeness through the divine spiral. The guardian of order awakening to counter growing chaos. Her gaze shifted to include the others. And I see the winds gathering. Mind, knowledge, and passion already aligned with purpose. Then you understand your role as the aspect of spirit, Sabrina concluded. Eiko inclined her head in acknowledgement. I have known my place in this pattern since childhood, though the full meaning became clear only recently. The spirits of departed Pokémon speak of ancient cycles return in conflicts that transcend human understanding yet require human vessels. She approached Naruto directly, studying the hieroglyphic patterns visible on his skin with knowing recognition. These marks are incomplete. The awakening progresses but requires catalyst for full manifestation. What catalyst? Naruto asked. Instead of answering directly, Eiko turned toward a concealed door. Please follow. There is much to show you. And public spaces invite unwanted attention. They followed her through passages not accessible to ordinary visitors, descending into the tower's foundations. Here, the architecture changed dramatically, from the relatively modern memorial design to something far more ancient. Stone corridors carved with symbols that predated modern writing led to a circular sham. Illuminated by flames that burned without visible fuel. The true heart of the tower, Eiko explained, built long before the memorial structure above. Few know of its existence, only those tasked with maintaining the boundary between worlds. The chamber's walls featured carvings that combined Egyptian hieroglyphics with symbols unique to the Pokémon world, a visual language bridging separate traditions into cohesive meaning. At the center stood a stone altar bearing a single object, a ceremonial mask crafted from materials that seemed to shift between solid matter and translucent energy. Depicting a human face with falcon attributes. The mask of spiritual alignment, Eiko identified, approaching the altar with practiced reverence. Created during the first cycle when Horus's essence entered the human realm. It serves as catalyst for harmonizing divine consciousness with mortal vessel. Naruto studied the mask with fascination tinged with apprehension. Something about it resonated deeply with the awakening energy within him, recognition beyond conscious memory. Each aspect contributes to your awakening in specific ways, Eiko continued. Mind provides foundation for containing divine consciousness without losing human identity. Knowledge contextualizes the power within historical and cosmic framework. Passion energizes and directs the awakening toward purposeful action. And spirit, Arya inquired. Spirit bridges mortal and divine, facilitates integration between realms that would otherwise remain separate. Eiko turned to Naruto with sudden intensity. The mask allows controlled manifestation of Horus's consciousness without overwhelming your human essence. Without such alignment, the awakening becomes dangerous, to yourself and others. How does it work? Naruto asked, instinctively understanding the mask's importance despite lingering wariness. Through ritual communion, Eiko explained. A ceremony of alignment performed by the five winds together reaches temporary balance that allows deeper integration. We only have 4 aspects present, Marisol pointed out practically. Creation remains unidentified. Eiko's expression grew troubled. Time compresses. The barriers thin more rapidly than previous cycles. Set's influence grows stronger through deliberate actions of his followers. She gestured toward the chamber walls where certain hieroglyphics pulsed with unusual energy. These record dimensional stability. Their accelerating deterioration suggests interference beyond natural cycles. The Set Collective, Naruto concluded grimly. They're not just waiting for boundaries to weaken naturally, they're actively destabilizing them. Yes, Eiko confirmed, and they seek something specific within this tower, knowledge of how spirits transition between realms. If obtained, such understanding could be manipulated to create permanent passages between dimensions, allowing Set's full manifestation rather than just influence through a human vessel, Arya interpreted. Her archaeological expertise connecting historical patterns to current threat. We need to perform the alignment ceremony before they interfere further, Eiko stated with quiet urgency. Even with only 4 aspects, partial integration will strengthen your abilities against whatever comes. Is that safe? Sabrina questioned. Incomplete metaphysical rituals typically create imbalanced results. Less safe than waiting, Eiko replied simply. The tower's defenses weaken daily. Spiritual intrusions increase. Even tonight's purification ceremony addressed symptoms of growing interference. Before anyone could respond, Kurama suddenly bristled, all 9 tails extended in alert posture. The mismagus floating near Eiko emitted a warning tone that resonated through the chamber. We have visitors, Eiko translated grimly. Uninvited presences entering the tower through spiritual pathways not meant for physical traversal. Marisol activated her ranger communication device. Cairo. Status report on tower perimeter. The response came through with disturbing static. Multiple individuals approaching from different vectors. Unusual energy signatures interfering with standard scanning. Require instructions. Maintain aerial observation only, Marisol directed. Do not engage without direct command. The Set Collective found us more quickly than anticipated, Arya noted. Activating her own specialized equipment to analyze approaching threats. Not coincidence, Sabrina stated, her psychic senses extended. They tracked the spiritual pressure spike during the ceremony. Our presence accelerated patterns they were already monitoring. Eiko moved with decisive purpose, retrieving ceremonial implements from recesses around the chamber. We must proceed immediately. The alignment ritual will not only strengthen Naruto's connection to Horus's power but temporarily reinforce the tower's spiritual barriers. How long does this ritual take? Marisol asked, practical considerations foremost as she assessed their tactical situation. Under ideal circumstances, several hours, Eiko admitted. But necessity allows abbreviation without sacrificing essential elements. We'll need defense while you conduct the ceremony, Naruto decided, already formulating strategy. Sabrina, can you establish psychic barriers around this chamber? The gym leader nodded. Temporary but substantial. My Alakazam can maintain defensive perimeter while participating in the ritual through our psychic link. Arya, does your archaeological equipment include anything useful for detecting or countering whatever methods they're using to breach dimensional boundaries? Some, the professor confirmed. My instruments are calibrated to measure and potentially stabilize anomalous energy patterns at excavation sites. They can be repurposed for defensive applications. Marisol, coordinate with Cairo for early warning and potential evacuation if needed. The ranger was already establishing communication protocols, arranging secondary extraction options and alerting regional command to potential engagement. As preparations accelerated, Naruto felt an unusual calm descend. Not the tension-filled focus preceding ordinary battle but something deeper. The fragmented consciousness awakening within him recognized this moment as pivotal, a convergence point where choices would resonate across dimensions. Kurama pressed against his leg, nine tails swirling in complex patterns that somehow communicated readiness despite transcending ordinary language. The Nenettles' eyes gleamed with ancient intelligence, his entire being aligned with the coming confrontation. Eiko approached Naruto with the ceremonial mask, its surface now radiating BTLE golden energy that resonated with the pendant against his chest. The ritual requires vulnerability, she explained gently. Opening yourself to transformation while maintaining core identity. Our companions will anchor specific aspects of consciousness to prevent loss of self during integration. The sounds of disturbance from upper levels became audible even in their secluded chamber, evidence that intruders had breached the tower's conventional defenses. No more time for preparation, Marisol noted grimly, her ranger training evident in her composed efficiency despite growing threat. Then we begin, Eiko stated, her ceremonial authority filling the chamber. Take positions around the altar. Each aspect must align with its corresponding cardinal direction. As they moved into position, Sabrina to the north, Arya to the east, Marisol to the south, with Eiko completing the partial circle at the west, hieroglyphics around the chamber illuminated in response. The spaces between them revealed the absence of the fifth aspect, creation, as a palpable void in their formation. We adapt to necessity, Eiko stated, acknowledging the incomplete circle without surrendering to limitation. The spiral forms even with gaps, though its power flows differently. She placed the mask upon the altar before Naruto, then began a chant in language that combined ancient Egyptian with Someth. Older still, sounds that resonated with the very foundations of the tower. The others joined instinctively, each voice contributing different harmonic elements that together created complex patterns in the chamber's energy field. Naruto stood before the altar, the pendant warming against his chest in rhythm with the chanting. Kurama positioned himself at his trainer's side, the hieroglyphic's eye, and his fur illuminating with increasing brightness. As the chant intensified, golden energy spiraled upward from the four women, creating luminous pathways that converged above the mask. Now, Eiko erected during momentary pause in the chant. Place the mask against your face but do not secure it. Allow connection without surrender. With steady hands that belied his inner uncertainty, Naruto lifted the mask. Its surface felt neither solid nor liquid but something between states, responsive to his touch yet maintaining distinct form. As he brought it toward his face, the pendant pulsed with golden light that streamed toward the mask in eager communion. The moment the mask made contact with his skin, Naruto's consciousness expanded exponentially. He remained present in the chamber yet simultaneously perceived multiple planes of existence layered upon each other like transparent pages in an infinite book. Through these layers, he witnessed fragments of past cycles, previous vessels of Horus's essence facing similar moments of transformation across different eras and civilizations. Most immediate was his perception of the tower itself, not merely as physical structure but as metaphysical construct spanning multiple dimensions. He saw the spiritual energy flowing through its foundations, connecting to networks that extended throughout the region and beyond. Within these flows, he detected disturbances, intrusions of shadow energy systematically corrupting natural patterns. They're accessing the tower through the spirit realm, he stated, his voice overlaid with harmonic resonance. Converting departed Pokémon energy into gateways for physical manifestation. Spiritual corruption, Eiko confirmed, her own awareness expanded through the ritual. Precisely what the purification ceremony counteracts. But on unprecedented scale, the chamber shuddered as impact from above reverberated through the tower's structure. Dust drifted from ancient stones while hieroglyphics pulsed with warning illumination. Physical and spiritual assault coordinated, Sabrina observed, maintaining her position while simultaneously strengthening psychic barriers around their location. Sophisticated strategy targeting multiple vulnerability points. Through the mosque's expanded perception, Naruto detected approaching presences, both physical intruders descending from upper levels and shadow entities materializing through corrupted spiritual pathways. Most concerning was a concentrated darkness moving purposefully toward their chamber, a consciousness that resonated with ancient malevolence. He's here, Naruto stated. Recognition flowing from Horus's awakening essence. The Pharaoh Set's vessel approaches directly. The ritual energy surrounding them intensified in response to this threat. golden light spiraling more rapidly through their incomplete formation. The mask grew warmer against Naruto's face, its material becoming more fluid, beginning to merge with his skin. The integration accelerates in response to opposition, Eiko warned. Without the fifth aspect to complete the spiral, balance becomes difficult to maintain. Indeed, Naruto felt control slipping as Horus's consciousness expanded within him, ancient power seeking expression through available channels regardless of potential consequences to its human vessel. The hieroglyphic patterns across his skin spread rapidly, covering greater areas with increasingly complex designs that pulsed with golden light. You must maintain anchor to your human identity, Sabrina directed, her psychic abilities detecting his struggle. Find core memory that defines your essential self. Naruto reached through cascading impressions of falcon flight and desert kingdoms, past lives not his own that threatened to overwhelm personal history. At the center of this chaotic expansion, he found a single constant, his connection with Kurama from earliest childhood. The day they had first met, small boy and tiny Vu. LPIX recognizing something in each other that transcended ordinary partnership. This memory provided anchor point from which he could integrate rather than be consumed. The golden energy flowing through him found structured pathways rather than chaotic expansion, power channeled with purpose rather than merely released. The vessel stabilizes, Eiko observed with evident relief. Partial integration proceeds despite incomplete spiral. Quote, another impact shook the chamber more violently, fragments of ceiling collapsing into their ritual space. Marisol's communication device crackled with urgent transmission from Cairo. Internal tower defenses breached multiple levels. Shadowed entities manifesting throughout structure. Require immediate instruction. Maintain position. Marisol responded firmly. Evacuation coordinates transmitted. Prepare for rapid extraction on signal. The partial integration neared completion. The mask now transparent against Naruto's face, its material absorbed into his physical form. His eyes had transformed completely, human blue replaced by falcon gold with heightened perception that saw beyond ordinary spectrum. The hieroglyphic patterns stabilized across his skin, no longer spreading but pulsing with regular rhythm like heartbeat. Kurama underwent parallel transformation, his already unusual coloration intensifying toward metallic gold while the nine tails separated into distinct energy patterns that rotated in complex formation. Most remarkable was the manifestation of golden wings composed of pure energy extending from his shoulders, not physical appendages but visual representation of expanded capability. As the ritual reached its culmination, the chamber's sealed entrance shattered inward. Through billowing dust stepped three figures, the Entral one commanding immediate attention through sheer presence. Tall and imposing, the man wore modern tactical clothing augmented with distinctly Egyptian elements, stylized armor pieces over critical areas. Ceremonial bracers at wrists and ankles, and most striking, a partial headdress that framed features of remarkable symmetry and intensity. His skin bore tattoos mirroring the hieroglyphics on Naruto but rendered in deep purple rather than gold, creating shadow equivalent to light. The alignment ritual proceeds despite incomplete formation, he observed, his voice carrying cultured precision overlaid with subtle harmonic distortion. Impressive adaptation, vessel of Horus. Flanking him stood the silver-haired woman they had encountered previously, Nephthys, and a massive individual whose muscular physique strained against restrictive clothing. All three bore the distinctive shadow hieroglyphics marking them as sets adherents, though only the central figure's patterns pulsed living energy similar to Naruto's golden markings. Sebastian Graves, Arya identified with evident shock. Director of International Archaeological Preservation. You're the Pharaoh. The man inclined his head slightly. Acknowledgement without confirmation. Professor Kepri, your research has proven invaluable to our understanding of this cycle's parameters. I almost regret the necessity of our opposition. The ritual remains incomplete, Sabrina stated, maintaining her position despite the interruption. Any disruption risks catastrophic energetic discharge. Precisely why we allowed it to progress this far. Graves replied with disturbing calm. The partial integration creates usable pathways without completed protection. Ideal conditions for sampling. At some unspoken command, Nephthys activated a device on her wrist. Energy fields materialized around the ritual participants, containing rather than harming them. Specialized containment calibrated to the unique frequencies of each aspect. Graves explained with academic detachment, temporarily isolating individual contributions to the spiral without disrupting the overall pattern. Quite elegant engineering. Naruto felt the connections between himself and the four women attenuate but not sever completely. The partial integration continued internally, though external manifestation diminished significantly. Through the mosque's enhanced perception, he recognized their predicament's true nature, not simple captivity but something more insidious. "You're using us to map the spiral's structure," he stated, Horus's knowledge flowing through his words. "Creating template for corruption rather than alignment." "Corruption implies moral judgment rather than functional adaptation," Graves corrected mildly. "We eke understanding of mechanisms that have remained obscured through previous cycles. The eternal conflict between Horus and Set achieves nothing if merely repeated without evolution." He approached the altar with measured steps, studying Naruto's transformed appearance with evident fascination. "The vessel integrates remarkably well despite incomplete spiral. Your particular human consciousness roves more compatible than previous iterations." Kurama positioned himself protectively before Naruto, nine-tails spread in threatening display while golden energy wings flared with increasing intensity. "The Guardian recognizes opposition across countless cycles," Graves observed with academic interest. "Fascinating continuity of consciousness despite physical reincarnation." Naruto assessed air situation through both human strategic thinking and Horus's ancient wisdom. The containment fields restricted movement but not internal energy manipulation. The partial integration, while incomplete, provided access to abilities beyond ordinary human limitation. Most importantly, the established connection between the four aspects remained viable despite external interference. "You misunderstand the spiral's purpose," he stated, deliberately engaging Graves to maintain attention while gathering golden energy within his core. "It's not merely power channeling but dimensional rebalancing. Restoration of boundaries sets influence systematically erodes. Boundaries restrict potential," Graves replied with conviction that suggested true belief rather than mere justification. "Separated realms develop along predetermined paths. Only through controlled dissolution can true evolution occur. At catastrophic cost to existing life," Eiko countered from within her containment field. Spiritual records chronicle the consequences of previous boundary failures, entire civilizations lost to chaotic dissolution. "Necessary sacrifice for cosmic evolution," Graves dismissed. "Creation requires destruction. Rebirth demands death." The same phrase Nephthys had used, philosophical core of their movement rather than convenient rationalization. This suggested genuine ideological commitment rather than mere power-seeking, making their opposition more dangerous but potentially more predictable. Through the expanded perception granted by partial integration, Naruto detected subtle instability in the tower's foundational energy. The ritual's interruption had created imbalance that continued growing with each passing moment. If not addressed, this instability would cascade throughout the structure, potentially causing catastrophic collapse across multiple dimensional planes. He needed to complete the alignment despite external constraints, but the missing fifth aspect created fundamental gap in the spiral's formation. Without creation to complete the pattern, any solution would remain temporary at best. As if sensing his realization, Graves smiled thinly. "The spiral cannot complete without five aspects. Even should you overcome our immediate presence, fundamental imbalance remains. Set's influence grows stronger through natural affinity with chaos, while Horus's ordered approach requires perfect alignment, increasingly difficult to achieve." Something in his supremely confident tone triggered recognition within Naruto's awakening consciousness, pattern from previous cycles repeating with disturbing precision. The pharaoh wasn't merely anticipating failure but actively counting on it, positioning to exploit predictable response. "You're following established script," Naruto stated, sudden insight flowing through integrated awareness. "Repeating strategies that succeeded in previous iterations. But each cycle includes variation, elements you cannot predict despite historical precedent." For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Graves' composed features. Accelerated integration grants enhanced insight. "Interesting development," Naruto continued gathering golden energy within his core while simultaneously extending awareness through the partial connections maintained with the four women. Through these attenuated links, he communicated without words, sharing intention and coordinating response beyond their captor's perception. The spiral adapts to circumstances, he continued, deliberately drawing attention while the others prepared coordinated action. Its fundamental nature transcends specific manifestation. 5 aspects represent ideal formation, but alternative configurations remain viable under necessary adaptation. Theoretical. Abstraction without practical application. Graves dismissed, though his attention remained fixed on Naruto rather than the other captives, exactly as intended. With synchronized precision that transcended their brief association, each aspect activated their unique contributions to the interrupted ritual. Sabrina channeled psychic energy that disrupted the containment field's coherence from within. Arya activated archaeological instruments calibrated to stabilize dimensional anomalies, creating resonance patterns that interfered with the set collective's technology. Marisol released her entire Pokémon team through specialized quick-release mechanisms incorporated into her ranger equipment. Eiko initiated spiritual manifestation that temporarily solidified the Mismagus and other ghost Pokémon present within the tower's structure. This coordinated action created momentary disruption that Naruto exploited immediately. Golden energy erupted from his core, shattering the containment field, and expanding outward in falcon wing formation. Simultaneously, Kurama unleashed purifying flame that spiraled around the chamber in complex patterns, targeting the shadow hieroglyphics on the intruders' bodies. Impressive coordination, Graves acknowledged, shadow energy manifesting around him in protective response, but ultimately insufficient against established countermeasures. He Octiva, Ted his own pendant, dark mirror to Naruto's golden eye of Horus, shaped as the distinctive set animal with elongated snout and rectangular ears. Purple-black energy erupted from this focus, colliding with Naruto's golden manifestation in spectacular display that shook the chamber's ancient foundations. The eternal opposition recommences, Graves intoned, his voice deepening with otherworldly resonances. Set's influence strengthened within him. Order versus chaos, preservation versus transformation, as it has been through countless cycles. Their energies locked in stalemate, neither able to overcome the other directly. This balanced opposition itself created problem, however, as the tower's structure began responding to their conflict. Spiritual pathways designed to channel peaceful transition between realms now carried discordant energies that stressed dimensional boundaries beyond designed parameters. The tower cannot sustain this confrontation, Eiko warned, her spiritual perception detecting accelerating damage to metaphysical infrastructure. Continued energy exchange will collapse boundaries between realms. Precisely the catalyst we require, Nephthys stated with clinical satisfaction, activating additional devices around the chamber that appeared designed to amplify rather than contain the destructive resonance. Understanding crystallized within Naruto's integrated consciousness. They had been manipulated into precisely this confrontation. The set collective hadn't simply tracked them to prevent the alignment ritual, they had deliberately engineered this specific confrontation within the tower to exploit the resulting energy discharge for their own purposes. Fall back, he commanded his companions. They're using our opposition to destabilize the tower's foundations. Even as he issued this warning, Graves pressed his advantage, not attacking directly but channeling shadow energy into specific points around the chamber where it interacted with the tower's spiritual pathways to maximum disruptive effect. The chamber shuddered violently, ancient stones shifting as dimensional stress manifested in physical realm. Spiritual energy designed for cephal transition now warped into chaotic manifestation. Ghost Pokémon throughout the structure becoming temporarily corrupted, their normally controlled appearances transforming into aggressive materialization. Cairo. Emergency extraction. Marisol commanded through her communication device. Tower structural integrity compromised across multiple planes. Sabrina established psychic barriers ND their group as they retreated toward the chamber's secondary exit, a narrow passage leading to alternative evacuation route Eiko had identified during initial planning. Arya's instruments attempted to stabilize the most critical junctures while Eiko performed rapid spiritual countermeasures to protect departed Pokémon from corruption. You cannot prevent what has already begun, Graves called after them. Making no move to pursue physically. This tower's unique properties make it ideal conversion point between ordered and chaotic realms. The process continues regardless of your presence or absence. Naruto hesitated at the passage entrance, the partially integrated Horus consciousness recognizing deeper implications beyond immediate danger. You're sacrificing a spiritual nexus for temporary advantage. The consequences extend beyond your calculation. Every transformation requires catalyst, Graves replied with disturbing serenity. The tower's sacrifice serves greater purpose than its preservation ever could. Recognizing the futility of further confrontation under current conditions, Naruto joined his companions in strategic withdrawal. As they navigated emergency passages toward the tower's exterior, the structure continued deteriorating around them, not merely physical damage but metaphysical unraveling visible through his enhanced perception. They emerged onto an exterior balcony as Cairo descended through increasingly turbulent air currents, the Dragonite battling chaotic wind patterns generated by dimensional disturbance. Above the tower, the night sky display. Impossible phenomena. Aurora-like manifestations in colors that shouldn't exist in nature, cloud formations that moved against prevailing winds, and most disturbing, momentary glimpses of landscapes not belonging to their world visible through thinning dimensional barriers. The tower's conversion accelerates beyond predicted parameters, Eiko observed grimly as they boarded the transport pod secured to Cairo's harness. Spiritual safeguards designed to prevent precisely this catastrophe have been systematically disabled. Sabotage rather than spontaneous failure, Arya confirmed, her instruments recording data even amid evacuation. Precision targeting of critical junctures suggests detailed understanding of the tower's metaphysical architecture. As Cairo carried them away from the deteriorating structure, Naruto maintained visual connection through the mosque's enhanced perception. The tower now pulsed with alternating golden and purple energy, order and chaos in destructive opposition rather than necessary balance. At its pinnacle, a vortex formed where dimensional boundaries had thinned to transparency, creating visible portal through which shadowy entities began emerging. Have created stable transition point between realms, Sabrina stated, her psychic senses detecting implications beyond visual evidence. Not merely temporary manifestation but persistent connection. The first of many, Naruto understood through Horus's awakening knowledge. They'll replicate this process at other nexus points, systematically weakening dimensional boundaries until Set's full manifestation becomes possible. We failed to protect the tower, Marisol acknowledged with Ranger's pragmatic assessment. Question becomes, where do they target next, and how do we prepare more effective countermeasures? Naruto touched the pendant, which remained warm against his chest despite the interrupted ritual. The partial integration had stabilized at functional level, not complete transformation but sustainable balance between his human consciousness and Horus's awakening essence. Through this expanded awareness, he perceived connections between the tower and other locations throughout the region, the 5 points forming the pentagram they had identified earlier. They'll target the remaining nexus points in specific sequence, he stated with certainty flowing from ancient knowledge. Not randomly but following cosmic pattern that maximizes dimensional disruption while minimizing resistance. The research facility near Celadon City, Arya suggested. If they're proceeding methodically, the western point represents their logical next target, and potentially the location of our missing fifth aspect, Sabrina added. The embodiment of creation would logically connect to a center of innovation and technology. Eiko, who had been communing silently with her mismagus during their aerial retreat, suddenly focused on Naruto with renewed intensity. The spirits confer. Your partial integration remains stable despite interruption. The 4 aspects present provided sufficient foundation for sustainable connection without complete transformation. Meaning what exactly? Marisol questioned practically. He can access Horus's knowledge and certain abilities without risking identity dissolution, Eiko explained. Temporary balance achieved through adaptation rather than completion, sufficient for immediate challenges while we seek the 5th aspect. As Lavender Town receded behind them, the Pokémon Tower stood illuminated by energies visible across great distance, a lighthouse of metaphysical disruption broadcasting its transformation to those with eyes to see. Naruto felt the weight of partial failure balanced against potential opportunity, lessons learned. That would inform their next encounter with Set's forces. We know their methods now, he stated, determination replacing momentary discouragement. The element of surprise shifts to our advantage. Assuming we reach the Western Nexus before they establish similar control, Arya cautioned. They expended significant resources on the tower operation, Marisol noted, her tactical assessment drawing on Ranger intelligence gathering. Specialized equipment, personnel commitment, technological deployment. Even with substantial backing, immediate replication at similar scale seems unlikely. Quote, unless they prepared multiple operations simultaneously, Sabrina countered. Strategic planning suggests concurrent rather than sequential deployment when targeting critical infrastructure. Through the mosque's expanded perception, Naruto sensed something beyond their immediate concerns, patterns forming across dimensions that suggested larger design than even the Set collective might recognize. Eternal conflict between Horus and Set transcended individual manifestations, serving cosmic purpose beyond apparent opposition. This cycle differs from previous iterations, he stated, knowledge flowing from deepening integration. The spiral forms differently, adaptation rather than recreation. What appears as failure may serve necessary evolution. The others regarded him with varying degrees of comprehension, recognizing that his perspective now incorporated awareness beyond human experience. Yet his essential nature remained unchanged: determination, compassion, and unwavering commitment. And to protecting what mattered, forming core identity that Horus's essence augmented rather than replaced. Then we adapt accordingly, Marisol stated with characteristic directness. Revise strategy, based on new information while maintaining fundamental objective. As Cairo carried them through night skies increasingly distorted by dimensional instability, Naruto found unexpected clarity amid cosmic complexity. The path forward might not follow expected pattern, but its essential direction remained clear: find the fifth aspect, complete the divine spiral, and restore balance between order and chaos before boundaries failed beyond recovery. The eyes of the Falcon had opened within him, granting vision that transcended ordinary perception. Through this expanded awareness, he recognized immediate challenges and eternal patterns, the spiral that connected present moment to cosmic design, individual choice to universal consequence. And somewhere ahead, the embodiment of creation discovery, the missing element needed to complete transformation that had begun within ancient chambers and now continued beneath stars, witnessing yet another cycle in eternal dance between opposing forces necessary for existence itself. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Wings of Destiny. Dawn painted the eastern horizon in hesitant strokes of amber and rose, as if the sun itself approached with Kati. On after the night's dimensional disturbances, Cairo descended toward a secluded clearing 30 miles southwest of Lavender town, the Dragonite's powerful wings creating gentle turbulence that barely disturbed morning dew clinging to tall grasses. The transport pod touched down with surprising gentleness, its occupants emerging with the wary alertness of those who had narrowly escaped catastrophe. No one spoke immediately. The events at Pokémon Tower had left each of them processing implications that transcended ordinary experience. In the distance, a faint purple glow still marked where dimensional boundaries had thinned to transparency, the tower's silhouette distorted by energies never meant to manifest in physical space. Marisol broke the silence first, her ranger pragmatism asserting itself. We need to establish secure communications with regional authorities. Whatever explanations they're currently formulating won't address actual threats. Conventional intervention would be disastrous, Eiko countered softly, her spiritual attunement detecting complexities beyond tactical consideration. Ordinary forces approaching the tower now risked corruption or worse. Naruto stood slightly apart, the morning light catching golden highlights that hadn't been present in his appearance before the partial integration. The mask had disappeared entirely, absorbed into his physical form. But its effects remained visible, subtle alterations to his features that suggested something beyond human without diminishing his essential nature. Most striking were his eyes, now permanently shifted toward amber gold with vertical pupils that expanded and contracted like a raptor's in response to light and emotion. Kurama pressed against his leg, the Nenettles' own transformation similarly stabilized. The fox's fur had maintained its metallic gold sheen, hieroglyphic patterns more pronounced than before, though the energy wings had receded to subtle aura only visible during moments of heightened power. We can't afford another direct confrontation until we've completed the spiral, Naruto stated, his voice carrying harmonic undertones that resonated with unusual clarity across the clearing. The Set Collective demonstrated they can weaponize our opposition. Each engagement risks further dimensional destabilization. Arya consulted specialized instruments from her archaeological kit, face grave as she interpreted readings. The disruption spreads beyond the tower itself. Dimensional thinning affects a radius of approximately 3 kilometers and continues expanding, though at decreasing rate. A controlled breach rather than catastrophic collapse, Sabrina assessed, her psychic senses extended to verify instrumental readings. Precisely calibrated to allow specific energies through while maintaining sufficient boundary integrity to prevent complete merger. Surgical rather than explosive, Marisol translated into tactical terms. They're creating permeable membranes between dimensions rather than destroying barriers entirely. This assessment confirmed what Naruto had already sensed through his partial integration with Horus's consciousness. The Set Collective wasn't seeking mere destruction but controlled transformation, systematic alteration of dimensional relationships to facilitate specific outcomes beyond simple chaos. We need to reach the Western nexus before they establish similar control, he stated decisively, the leadership quality that had always been present in his personality now enhanced by ancient authority. The research facility Celadon City doesn't just represent another target, it contains knowledge critical to understanding their overall strategy. And potentially our missing fifth aspect, Eiko added, her mismagus hovering protectively nearby. The embodiment of creation would naturally align with innovative research. Practical considerations followed: transportation arrangements, approach strategies, security precautions. Marisol coordinated with Ranger Command to establish information containment protocols while redirecting conventional emergency responders away from the dimensional breach at Lavender Town. Arya contacted trusted colleagues at Celadon University to gather preliminary intelligence about the research facility without revealing their specific interest. Sabrina established psychic monitoring of regional energy patterns to detect further incursions. Throughout these preparations, Naruto found himself increasingly aware of subtle currents flowing between the four women, connections forming beyond practical alliance. The four aspects already gathered were developing resonance patterns that strengthened their individual abilities while creating foundation for the completed spiral. Even without the fifth aspect, their combined presence created stability that helped maintain his partial integration at functional level. As morning advanced toward midday, they finalized arrangements for continuing their journey. Direct aerial approach to Celadon City carried too much risk of observation, so they would travel overland through less monitored routes, using Marisol's ranger knowledge of wilderness passages to avoid populated areas where the Set Collective might have established surveillance. The western territories between here and Celadon include desert regions rarely traversed by conventional travelers. Marisol explained, displaying topographical maps with highlighted passages. Challenging terrain but minimal observation. Desert, Naruto repeated, the word triggering resonance within his integrated consciousness. Images flickered through his awareness. Golden sands stretching toward distant horizons, temples rising from shimmering heat, falcons soaring against brilliant blue skies. Appropriate passage. Quote, Eiko studied him with knowing recognition. The desert holds significance for Horus's essence. Ancient pathways remembered across incarnations. Not just remembered, Naruto clarified. Understanding flowing from deepening integration. The landscape itself responds to Horus's presence, physical geography echoing metaphysical connection. This observatio proved prophetic as they began their journey westward. The terrain transformed more rapidly than maps suggested possible, arid grasslands giving way to sandy expanses that resembled Egyptian desert rather than typical Kanto wilderness. Vegetation shifted toward drought-resistant species characteristic of North African environments rather than Japanese ecosystems. Fascinating adaptation, Arya observed, collecting samples with scientific precision despite their urgency. The physical environment reshaping itself to match the energy signature of your awakening consciousness. More concerning than fascinating, Marisol countered practically. If the landscape visibly responds to your presence, tracking our movement becomes considerably easier for those with appropriate awareness. This risk materialized sooner than anticipated. By mid-afternoon, the horizon darkened with approaching dust clouds that moved against prevailing winds, unnatural formations that suggested deliberate manifestation rather than meteorological patterns. Sandstorm, Naruto identified, ancient knowledge recognizing familiar phenomenon. Not natural formation but boundary response, physical manifestation of dimensional friction. Kurama growled low in his throat, nine tails spreading defensively as golden energy flickered across hieroglyphic patterns in his fur. The Nenettles sensed what instruments and psychic perception soon confirmed. The approaching storm carried more than displaced sand and wind. Energy signatures within the formation, Sabrina reported, her psychic senses penetrating swirling patterns. Multiple consciousness points moving with purpose rather than random distribution. The storm is being directed, Eiko translated for those without enhanced perception. Guided by intelligence with specific intent. Marisol immediately shifted to tactical response, releasing her primary field team, Tropius for aerial coverage, Floatzel for potential water defense, and Ampharos for electrical countermeasures. Defensive perimeter, 30-meter radius. Priority on visibility maintenance and electrical disruption detection. Arya activated protective fields around her Archaeological instruments while simultaneously recalibrating them to analyze the approaching phenomenon. The energy pattern matches what we observed at the tower, but with significant variation. This manifest at Ion focuses on elemental manipulation rather than spiritual disruption. Different aspect of Set's influence, Eiko confirmed, her spiritual awareness detecting subtle distinctions. The Desert Reaper, sense his original domain before corruption, mastery over harsh environments that challenge life. The storm approached with unnatural speed, sand particles glittering with embedded energy that create complex patterns visible to enhanced perception. As it engulfed their position, ordinary visibility reduced to near zero while Naruto's falcon vision penetrated the veil to detect purpose behind apparent chaos. We're being tested, he realized, understanding flowing from Horus's awakening knowledge. This isn't an attack but evaluation, measuring our response capabilities before committing more valuable resources. Even as he spoke, the swirling sands coalesced into coherent shapes, temporary constructs resembling serpentine forms that writhed through the storm with predatory intent. These manifestations displayed intelligence without true consciousness, probing their defenses with systematic precision. Defensive positions, Marisol commanded, her team responding with coordinated FICIENCY that spoke of extensive field experience. Sabrina established psychic barriers that deflected the worst of the abrasive particles while Eiko performed spiritual purification that neutralized corrupting energies embedded within the storm. Arya monitored dimensional stability, her instruments detecting fluctuations that suggested nearby boundary thinning similar to what had occurred at the tower, though less pronounced. At the center of their formation, Naruto reached deeper into his partial integration, accessing abilities previously beyond conscious control. Golden energy manifested around his extended hands, shaped by instinctive knowledge into hieroglyphic patterns that represented stability and protection. Where this energy contacted the storm, sand particles realigned into red structures that briefly nullified chaotic movement before dissolving back into the greater maelstrom. You're counteracting its fundamental pattern, Arya observed with scientific fascination despite their predicament. Imposing order at the quantum level rather than merely deflecting physical components. Not sustainable indefinitely, Naruto acknowledged, already feeling the energy drain from maintaining such precise manipulation. This is diversion rather than primary threat. His assessment proved accurate as the storm suddenly intensified around a specific point 50 meters distant. Sand spiraled upward in concentrated vortex from which emerged a figure that commanded immediate attention through sheer presence. Tall and imposing, the man wore specialized environmental armor that combined modern materials with distinctly Egyptian design elements. Most striking was his headgear, a tactical helmet modified to suggest the elongated head of Set's animal, complete with rectangular ears that contained communication technology disguised as ceremonial ornamentation. Across exposed skin visible at joints and neck, shadow hieroglyphics crawled like living tattoos, pulsing with purple-black energy that distorted light around his form. First encounter with a true shadowed one, Eiko identified, spiritual perception recognizing the figure's significance beyond physical appearance. Not merely follower but embodiment, aspect of Set's fragmented consciousness given physical form. The figure raised both arms in formal gesture that sent the surrounding sandstorm into renewed frenzy. The vessel of Horus emerges from shadow into manifestation, he intoned, voice carrying easily through howling winds. I am Sutek, keeper of harsh lands, first among the shadowed. Your awakening has been noted and measured. Naruto stepped forward, Kurama at his side radiating golden energy that created momentary calm in the storm immediately surrounding them. Your interference at the tower revealed your methods. Further confrontation serves neither purpose. Purpose. Sutek tilted his head in gesture suggesting amusement. You speak of purpose while understanding so little of cosmic design. The eternal opposition exists for reasons beyond your partial integration. With fluid movement belying his imposing stature, he revealed specialized devices attached to both forearms. Technological adaptations that channeled the shadow energy flowing through his hieroglyphic markings. These devices pulsed briefly before releasing concentrated beams that struck the ground before him. Where this energy contacted desert sand, transformation occurred, particles fusing and reshaping into 4 distinct forms that quickly solidified into Pokémon unlike any naturally occurring species. They resembled ground types, Sandslash, Hippowdon, Crocodile, and Garchomp, but corrupted by the same shadow energy that marked their master. Their bodies bore crawling hieroglyphics that pulsed with purple-black light, while eyes glowed with malevolent intelligence beyond normal Pokémon consciousness. Artificial creations, Arya identified with horrified fascination. Combining genetic materia, with dimensional energy to manifest hybrid entities. Not merely artificial, Sabrina corrected, her psychic senses detecting deeper implications. Corrupted from existing Pokémon through Demency. Onal infusion. Their original consciousness still present but suppressed beneath controlling overlay. Behold the future of evolution, Sutek proclaimed, genuine pride evident beneath ceremonial formality. Life forms adapted to thrive in merged dimensional states, harbingers of transformation that approaches with or without your cooperation. The corrupted Pokémon moved with unnatural coordination, taking positions that surrounded their group in strategic formation that suggested military precision rather than typical battle arrangement. Most concerning was their environmental integration, creature establishing connection with the surrounding sandstorm that amplified their capabilities beyond normal parameters. Standard engagement protocols ineffective against dimensional hybrids, Marisol assessed grimly. Her ranger experience detecting implications beyond immediate threat. Conventional typing advantages likely neutralized through corruption. Correct. Aspect of passion. Sutek acknowledged with disturbing perception. Your tactical assessment demonstrates why you were chosen to embody this facet of the spiral. Fierce protection requires accurate threat recognition. This personal address sent a chill through their group, confirmation that the set collective understood the divine spiral's composition in specific rather than general terms. Their opposition wasn't merely reacting to events but operating from comprehensive knowledge of what they sought to counter. The purification technique that proved effective against the corrupted Persian should work here as well, Naruto theorized. Golden energy gathering around his hands as he prepared to engage. A logical assumption, Sutek conceded with unsettling calm. But adaptation characterizes both sides of this eternal conflict. Observe. At his command, the corrupted Pokémon activated defensive measures previously concealed, specialized crystalline formations embedded in their transformed bodies that are fracted light and energy in complex patterns. These adaptations created interference fields specifically calibrated to disrupt the golden energy Naruto had manifested during previous encounters. Countermeasures designed from analyzed data, Arya realized. They recorded your energy signature during the tower confrontation and developed specific defenses. Strategic implications crystallized immediately. Direct confrontation under these conditions carried unacceptable risk, not merely potential defeat but valuable data that would further enhance their opposition's adaptive capabilities. Yet, retreat seemed equally problematic given their exposed position and the environmental control Sutek clearly commanded. Naruto reached deeper into his partial integration, seeking guidance from Horus's awakening consciousness. What emerged wasn't tactical advantage but historical perspective, recognition that this confrontation followed patterns established through countless previous cycles. The Shadowed Ones always emerged in specific sequence, each embodying aspect of Set's fragmented consciousness, each presenting unique challenge that required adaptation rather than direct opposition. This isn't about victory or defeat, he stated with sudden clarity. It's about mutual assessment. establishing parameters for the larger conflict that unfolds across dimensions. Sutek inclined his head in acknowledgement. The vessel comprehends faster than previous iterations. Evolution occurs on both sides of eternal division. Understanding flowed through Naruto's integrated awareness, recognite. Ion that direct confrontation represented expected response that would provide their opposition with valuable data while risking further dimensional destabilization. Alternative approach emerged from Horus's ancient wisdom combined with his own unconventional strategic thinking. Kurama, he communicated silently through their deepened bond, synchronized manifestation pattern delta. The Nanetals responded instantly, golden energy flowing between them in complex configuration they had never consciously practiced yet executed with perfect coordination. This energy coalesced not into direct attack but precise hieroglyphic sequence that expanded outward through the surrounding sandstorm. Where these golden symbols contacted swirling particles, transformation occurred, not opposition but harmonization. Particles realigning into ordered patterns that neither suppressed nor enhanced the storm but fundamentally altered its nature. The howling winds calmed to measured flow, abrasive particles settled into smooth configurations. And visibility improved dramatically without eliminating the storm's essential character. Fascinating adaptation, Sutek observed, genuine interest temporarily overriding adversarial stance. You impose harmonization rather than dominance, unexpected approach given historical patterns. The spiral forms differently this cycle, Naruto replied, understanding flowing from deepening integration. Adaptation rather than repetition characterizes both sides of our interaction. This exchange created momentary equilibrium, neither confrontation nor cooperate, ion but mutual assessment across adversarial boundary. Within this balanced state, opportunity emerged that Naruto recognized through both human intuition and divine perception. Your corrupted Pokémon suffer unnecessarily, he stated, directing attention to the hybrid creatures whose transformed bodies showed signs of structural instability despite powerful capabilities. Dimensional merging causes molecular distress that limits functional duration. Your current approach sacrifices sustainability for immediate power. Necessary stage in evolutionary progression, Sutek countered, though subtle shift in his posture suggested recognition of accuracy in this assessment. Transition requires adaptation through temporary discomfort. Not discomfort. Dissolution, Naruto corrected, Falcon. Vision detecting cellular breakdown occurring beneath surface manifestation. Current methodology creates impressive but ultimately unstable hybridization. Your subjects deteriorate even as they demonstrate enhanced capabilities. This observation struck deeper than anticipated, suggesting concern for created entities beyond mere instrumental value. Within Sutek's adversarial purpose existed genuine commitment to evolutionary transformation that transcended simple destruction, complex motivation that presented potential leverage beyond direct confrontation. Alternative methodologies exist, Naruto continued, drawing on knowledge flowing from integrated consciousness. Harmonization rather than corruption achieves sustainable transformation without sacrificing original integrity. To demonstrate, he directed golden energy toward the nearest corrupted Pokémon, the Sandslash whose armored plates had begun showing microscopic fractures from dimensional strain. Rather than opposing the shadow energy controlling it, Naruto's manifestation established boundary layer between competing influences, creating space where the creature's original consciousness could reassert partial function. The effect manifested immediately. The Sandslash's aggressive posture relaxed slightly, eyes clearing from solid purple to more natural coloration with occasional flashes of original awareness. Its movements became more fluid, suggesting reduced internal conflict between imposed control and native consciousness. Interesting approach, Sutek acknowledged, observing results with clinical detachment that didn't quite conceal deeper interest. Potentially useful methodology for extending functional duration. Beyond utility, Eiko interjected, her spiritual sensitivity detecting ethical dimensions beyond tactical consideration. Respecting consciousness integrity represents fundamental distinction between transformation and violation. This perspective created visible tension in Sutek's response, suggestion of internal conflict between operational parameters and deeper principles not entirely suppressed by his role as Shadowed One. Before this potential opening could be further explored, however, his communication device activated with pulsing light that immediately restored focused adversarial presence. Initial assessment complete, he stated formally, shadow hieroglyphics intensifying across his visible skin. Vessel of Horus demonstrates expected adaptation with unanticipated variations. Mutual escalation postponed pending comprehensive analysis. With practiced efficiency, he activated recall protocols that transformed his corrupted Pokémon back into energy states absorbed by his specialized equipment. The surrounding sandstorm intensified briefly before collapsing inward around his position, creating temporary visual barrier that obscured precise details of his departure. When swirling particles settled, he had vanished completely, leaving only disturbed sand. D patterns marking where dimensional thinning had briefly occurred. Silence held momentary dominance as they processed this unexpected conclusion to their confrontation. The abrupt withdrawal suggests strategic reassessment rather than retreat, adaptation to observed capabilities that would inform future engagement under more favorable conditions. That was not what I expected, Marisol admitted, her ranger experience providing limited precedent for such disciplined disengagement. Tactical adaptation, Sabrina observed. Our approach provided insufficient data for their analytical objectives while demonstrating capabilities they hadn't anticipated. More concerning than direct conflict, Arya noted, reviewing readings from her instruments. They're learning, adapting their methodology based on observed results rather than committed to predetermined approaches. Naruto absorbed these perspectives while integrating his own observations with knowledge flowing from Horus's awakening consciousness. The encounter revealed complex motivations beyond simple opposition. The set collective operated from philosophical framework that transcended conventional extremism, believing genuine in evolutionary necessity of what they pursued despite catastrophic implications for existing order. They're not mindless destroyers, he articulated, understanding crystallizing through integrated awareness. They perceive themselves as evolutionary catalysts, believing sincerely that controlled dimensional merging represents necessary adaptation rather than apocalyptic outcome. Sincere belief makes them more dangerous, not less, Marisol countered pragmatically. Ideological commitment provides motivation beyond personal gain or power, but also potential leverage, Eiko suggested. Spiritual perception detecting nuance beyond adversarial framing. Sutek's response to harmonization methodology versus corruption indicates ethical considerations not entirely suppressed by his role. This observation aligned with what Naruto had sensed during their interaction, complexity within opposition that suggested possibility beyond eternal conflict. Historical patterns accessible through Horus's awakening knowledge showed countless cycles of opposition without resolution, neither side achieving permanent advantage despite temporary victories. The spiral forms differently this cycle, he repeated, significance deepening with each consideration. Adaptation rather than repetition might apply to outcome as well as process. As they resumed their journey westward, environmental conditions gradually stabilized, the enhanced desert manifestation receding toward more typical Kanto wilderness while maintaining subtle characteristics of Egyptian landscape. This transition itself provided valuable insight into the nature of dimensional interactions occurring throughout the region. Physical geography responds to psychic and spiritual pressures, Arya explained, documenting essay transformations with scientific precision. What we're witnessing represents visible manifestation of underlying metaphysical changes affecting reality's fundamental structure. The boundary TNNING at Lavender Town created precedent that facilitates similar phenomena elsewhere, Sabrina elaborated, her psychic senses detecting patterns beyond instrumental measurement. Each successful BREA makes subsequent manifestations easier to maintain. Cascading effect, Marisol translated into practical terms. Initial breakthrough requiring significant resources while subsequent alterations need progressively less energy to achieve similar results. This analysis carried disturbing implications for their overall situation. The set collective's methodical approach suggested comprehensive strategy beyond individual confrontations, systematic weakening of dimensional boundaries according to calculated progression that maximized effect while minimizing required resources. By late afternoon, they reached transitional zone between desert region and more verdant territories surrounding Celadon City. The contrast created striking visual boundary, golden sands giving way to lush greenery, with unnatural abruptness that suggested dimensional overlay rather than natural ecological transition. They established temporary camp within forested area that provided both concealment from area L observation and defensive advantages against potential ground approach. Marisol coordinated security arrangements with practiced efficiency while Arya established monitoring perimeter using archaeological instruments repurposed for dimensional anomaly detection. As evening approached, they gathered around small cooking fire carefully shielded to minimize visible signature. The day's journey and unexpected confrontation had left everyone physically exhausted yet mentally stimulated, extraordinary experiences processing through individual perspectives shaped by their unique aspects. We need to understand what awaits at the research facility, Arya stated, reviewing information gathered through her academic contacts. Preliminary reports indicate unusual security measures implemented in past month, access restrictions beyond standard protocols for sensitive research. Suggesting they anticipated our interest, Sabrina concluded. The Set Collective's awareness of the 5 aspects implies comprehensive knowledge of the divine spiral structure, or manipulation of circumstances to influence our movements, Marisol suggested, tactical assessment considering alternative interpretations. Creating conditions that channel us toward prepared positions. Eiko, who had been communing silently with her mismatches, suddenly focused on their discussion with renewed attention. Spiritual realm reveals accelerated activity throughout the region, not just at breach points but along connecting lines between nexus locations. They're establishing network rather than isolated incursions. This observation aligned with patterns Naruto had sensed through his integrated awareness, dimensional disruption following specific geometric configurations that created reinforcing resonance between affected locations. The 5 points forming the pentagram they had identified weren't merely symbolic but functionally connected through metaphysical channels now being systematically altered. They're creating infrastructure, he realized, understanding flowing from combined human strategic thinking and divine perception. Not just weakening boundaries but establishing permanent network for ongoing influence transmission. Practical implications emerged through collective analysis. Their opposition wasn't merely reacting to their movements but implementing comprehensive plan developed through careful study of historical patterns and current conditions. The research facility represented not just another target but critical node within developing network, location housing null DGE or technology essential to their overall strategy. We need more information before approaching directly, Marisol concluded. Ranger experience recognizing hazards of insufficient intelligence when facing prepared opposition. Reconnaissance necessary to assess security measures and identify potential access methods. And locate our missing 5th aspect, Eiko reminded them, spiritual sensitivity maintaining focus on completing the divine spiral. The embodiment of creation must be connected to this facility given both its nature and position within the pentagram. As darkness settled over their encampment, conversation gradually shifted from tactical planning to more personal reflection. The intensity of shared experiences had accelerated bonding that typically develops through much longer association, creating connections that transcended ordinary alliance without diminishing individual identity. Sabrina, typically reserved even among colleagues, described how her psychic abilities had evolved since connecting with Naruto's awakening. Perception extending beyond conventional parameters into realms previously inaccessible despite her considerable talent. The aspects Dawn T merely serve the vessel's transformation, she explained with unusual openness. Our own capabilities expand through resonance with the developing spiral. What begins as external alignment becomes internal evolution. Arya shared similar observations from scientific perspective, noting how her archaeological knowledge had expanded beyond conventional academic parameters into intuitive understanding. That connected fragmentary evidence into comprehensive patterns. Ancient texts that previously required months of comparative analysis now reveal connections through immediate recognition, she described. Both excited and slightly unnerved by this acceleration. As if knowledge always present suddenly becomes accessible through altered perception. Marisol approached these developments with characteristic blend of acceptance and pragmatism, acknowledging enhanced capabilities while focusing on practical applications rather than metaphysical implications. My Ranger training emphasized adaptation to extraordinary circumstances without becoming distracted by theoretical frameworks, she explained, maintaining watch rotation while participating in conversation. What matters is how These changes affect our ability to address immediate challenges. Eiko listened to these exchanges with serene understanding, her traditional upbringing having prepared her for metaphysical transformations that others experienced as unprecedented. For her, these developments represented expected unfolding of patterns documented through generations of spiritual practitioners. The five winds embody aspects of universal consciousness. She elaborated when questioned about traditional perspectives. Our individual growth through this connection reflects natural alignment with cosmic principles, temporarily obscured by material limitations. Throughout these discussions, Naruto found himself observing with deepening appreciation for how each woman approached extraordinary circumstances through GH's unique perspective shaped by individual experience and specialization. The aspects weren't arbitrary designations but fundamental orientations toward reality that complemented each other while maintaining distinct integrity. As conversation eventually quieted, practical needs asserting themselves through established watch rotation, Naruto moved slightly away from camp to process his own accelerating transformation. The partial integration achieved at Lavender Tower had stabilized at functional level, but continuing evolution occurred beneath surface equilibrium, Horus's awakening consciousness gradually harmonizing with his human identity through processes that defied simple description. Kurama accompanied him, the Nettles' presence providing familiar anchor amid accelerating change. They found suitable vantage point atop small rise overlooking darkened landscape, stars emerging with unusual clarity in night sky undimmed by artificial illumination. Everything's changing so quickly, Naruto murmured to his partner. Golden eyes reflecting starlight with metallic intensity. Yet beneath all transformation, certain constants remain. The fox pressed against his leg with familiar affection. Nine tails swishing in patterns that conveyed understanding beyond words. Their connection had deepened through shared transformation, communication evolving beyond conventional trainer. Pokémon bond into something approaching direct consciousness sharing. You've always known this would happen, Naruto realized, fragments of understanding coalescing through integrated awareness. Why? Our role as guardian included preparing me for this awakening throughout our years together. Kurama's intelligent gaze confirmed this assessment without requiring verbal response. The unusual training approaches they had developed together, seemingly unconventional battle techniques that emphasized spiritual connection rather than mere tactical advantage, specialized meditation practices that enhanced consciousness coordination, all represented subtle preparation for the integration now occurring. Quite the dedicated preparation program, observed Marisol, approaching quietly from behind with Ranger's natural stealth. Most trainers would notice their Pokémon guiding their development rather than merely following instruction. I always knew our partnership was unusual, Naruto acknowledged, unsurprised by her presence despite silent approach. But understanding the full context changes perspective dramatically. Marisol settled beside him on elevated outcropping, her practical Chure finding most stable position with automatic assessment. Doesn't it bother you? Discovering your closest companion has essentially been preparing you for divine possession since childhood. The directness of her question reflected characteristic approach to complex situations, cutting through philosophical abstractions to core concerns with refreshing clarity. Where others might have couched similar inquiry in careful qualifications, Marisol sought unvarnished truth with unflinching precision. It would if that accurately described what's happening, Naruto replied after thoughtful consideration. But possession implies external entity controlling passive vessel. This integration feels more like remembering something always present but temporarily inaccessible. Kurama made soft sound of agreement, tails forming momentary pattern that suggested completion rather than imposition. Marisol observed this communication with evident fascination despite maintaining practical exterior. Your bond transcends typical trainer relationships, she noted. Even among rangers who develop extraordinary connections with partner Pokémon, what you share with Kurama exists in different category entirely. He's not just my Pokémon, Naruto explained, understanding flowing from deepening integration. Guardian represents more accurate description, consciousness designed specifically to recognize and protect Horus's essence through multiple incarnations. Designed by whom? Marisol questioned with characteristic focus on fundamental rather than peripheral concerns. This inquiry penetrated deeper than anticipated, accessing knowledge still forming within his integrated awareness. Images flickered through consciousness, vast chamber filled with light neither solar nor artificial. Beings whose forms shifted between human, animal, and geometric patterns, cosmic blueprints rendered in living energy rather than physical material. The architects, he answered, name emerging from awakening memory. Entities who exist beyond dimensional constraints, establishing fundamental patterns that maintain cosmic balance through necessary opposition. Marisol absorbed this extraordinary information with remarkable composure, her expression suggesting neither dismissal nor uncritical acceptance but measured consideration of implications beyond immediate application. So this conflict between Horus and Set, it's not merely mythological or even metaphysical, but designed function. Intentional opposition established by higher consciousness for specific purpose. Yes, Naruto confirmed, understanding crystallizing through articulation. The eternal conflict maintains necessary tension between order and chaos, preservation and transformation. Without this balanced opposition, reality itself would either stagnate into unchanging pattern or dissolve into formless potential. This perspective reframed their entire situation, suggesting purpose beyond simple victory or defeat. That characterized conventional conflict. If the opposition itself served necessary function, then resolution might require something beyond traditional concepts of dominance or elimination. Complicated ethical landscape, Marisol observed with unexpected philosophical depth beneath pragmatic exterior. If both sides serve necessary function, determining appropriate response becomes considerably more nuanced than conventional threat assessment. Naruto found himself appreciating this capacity for rapid integration of extraordinary information without losing practical focus, characteristic had defined her aspect as passion but extended beyond simple emotional intensity into balanced engagement with complex reality. The spiral forms differently this cycle, he repeated, significance deepening with each consideration. Perhaps resolution involves transcending opposition rather than merely prevailing within established parameters. Their conversation paused as something shifted ensue. Rounding environment. Subtle change in ambient energy detectable through enhanced perception but not yet manifesting in physical alteration. Kurama immediately alert, nine tails spreading defensively, while Marisol activated ranger scanning equipment with practiced efficiency. Dimensional fluctuation approximately 2 kilometers southwest, she reported, interpreting instrumental readings with professional precision. Pattern suggests controlled thinning rather than spontaneous breach. Naruto extended his awareness through falcon vision, perception penetrating physical limitations to detect energy patterns flowing across darkened landscape. What emerged wasn't immediate threat but methodical establishment of monitoring network, specialized devices being positioned along territorial bound areas to detect specific energy signatures. They're creating perimeter, he realized, understanding forming through integrated analysis. Not attack preparation but surveillance establishment, mapping movement patterns while gathering data on energy manifestations. Standard ranger procedure when tracking unique signature species, Marisol confirmed, professional experience recognizing FAMI. Liar methodology despite exotic application. Establish baseline movement patterns before attempting direct intervention. This assessment suggested tactical opportunity, understanding opposition methodology provided potential advantage if leveraged appropriately, rather than attempting to evade detection entirely, which would likely prove impossible given their unique energy signatures. Strategic manipulation of monitoring systems could create favorable conditions for their approach to the research facility. We can use their surveillance against them, Naruto proposed, strategic thinking enhanced rather than replaced by divine integration. Establish predictable movement patterns that direct attention away from actual approach vector. Marisol immediately grasped implied methodology, anger training providing extensive experience with similar tactical applications. Decoy operations combined with signature masking create expected data patterns while actual movement occurs through artificially established blind spots. This discussion of tactical considerations gradually shifted toward broader reflections as night deepened around them. The strange intimacy of shared extraordinary experience created conversational openness rarely achieved through conventional association, barriers between professional collaboration and personal connection becoming increasingly permeable. How do you maintain core identity amid all this? Marisol asked suddenly, gesture encompassing both his transformed appearance and the metaphysical changes occurring beyond visible manifestation. With ancient consciousness awakening inside you, how do you remain Naruto rather than becoming merely vessel for something older and more powerful? The question penetrated to central concern underlying their entire situation, maintaining essential humanity amid divine integration rather than being subsumed by transcendent consciousness. That Marisol recognized and articulated this fundamental issue revealed depth beyond tactical pragmatism that initially defined her presentation. Through connection, Naruto answered after thoughtful consideration. Not just abstract principle but specific relationships that define personal rather than cosmic identity. My bond with Kurama, developing connections with each of you, memories and experiences that belong to this lifetime rather than ancient incarnation. These create foundation that integration builds upon rather than replaces. Marisol studied him with unexpected intensity, assessment transcending professional evaluation to something more personally invested. And these connections, they remain genuinely yours. Not strategic alignments calculated by awakening deity to achieve cosmic objective. This inquiry revealed vulnerability beneath composed exterior, concern that their developing relationship might represent instrumental manipulation rather than authentic connection. The directness with which she addressed this possibility reflected characteristic courage in confronting uncomfortable possibilities rather than preserving comfortable illusions. The integration flows both directions, Naruto explained, understanding deepening through articulation. Horus's awakening consciousness experiences human connection through my perspective rather than merely using it for predetermined purpose. The emotions, the relationships, the personal meaning, these remain authentically mine while simultaneously informing cosmic awareness that previously operated at more abstract level. To demonstrate this integration, he extended his hand toward nearby vegetation. Golden energy flowing from fingertips to create small illuminated flower that bloomed between them, physical manifestation incorporating both divine power and human aesthetic appreciation. The blossom combined Egyptian lotus design with characteristics of flowers native to Marisol's home archipelago, details accessible through her memories shared during their journey together. She began, momentarily setting aside ranger composure as genuine wonder transcended professional detachment. Integration rather than replacement, Naruto completed, the manifest blossom dissolving back into ambient energy that briefly illuminated space between them. Divine power informed by human experience rather than merely expressing cosmic function. This demonstration readed momentary silence filled with unspoken recognition, connection deepening beyond intellectual understanding to something approaching genuine intimacy. Within this shared awareness, boundaries between aspects and vessel, professional collaboration and personal relationship, became temporarily transparent without dissolving entirely. We should return to camp, Marisol eventually suggested, Practical considerations reasserting themselves despite significant moment. Early departure tomorrow requires adequate rest, especially given potential challenges ahead. As they walked back toward the encampment, their progress synchronized without conscious coordination, physical movement reflecting deeper alignment developing between vessel and aspect. Kurama padded alongside, Nine Tails Akase, only brushing against both humans in gesture suggesting approval of developing connection. The camp appeared peaceful upon their return, watch rotation functioning with quiet efficiency under Sabrina's current supervision. The psychic master acknowledged their return with subtle nod that conveyed awareness beyond visual confirmation, her enhanced abilities detecting their approach through energy signatures rather than conventional perception. As Marisol prepared to assume her scheduled watch position, she paused briefly beside Naruto, professional composure momentarily yielding to more personal expression. Thank you for answering honestly. Extraordinary circumstances make authentic connection simultaneously more essential and more difficult to verify. The simple acknowledgement carried significance beyond apparent content, recognition of developing trust amid circumstances that strained conventional frameworks for relationship development. Without further elaboration, she moved to her assigned position with characteristic efficiency, though something in her movement suggested lightness beyond professional focus. Naruto settled into his temporary resting place, Kurama curling rotatively nearby with 9 tails arranged in formation that enhanced energy circulation during sleep cycle. As consciousness began transition toward necessary rest, integration continued at deeper levels. Horus's awakening essence and human identity harmonizing through processes that transcended waking awareness. Dreams came immediately, unusually vivid and coherent compared to ordinary sleep experiences. Rather than random neural processing or symbolic expression of subconscious content, these dream states represented structured exploration of integrated consciousness, memories from current and previous incarnations interweaving to create comprehensive understanding beyond what waking mind could process simultaneously. Desert stretched endlessly beneath falcon wings, golden sands reflecting sunlight with blinding intensity that presented no difficulty for enhanced vision. Below, ancient civilization flourished along river valley, white limestone temples rising from lush agricultural lands that demonstrated harmony between human ingenuity and natural abundance. Perspective shifted from soaring overview to ground-level interaction, ceremonies performed with precision developed generations of dedicated practice, knowledge transferred through initiatory lineages preserved despite political fluctuations, cosmic principles encoded in architectural proportions and astronomical alignments. Then disturbance. Shadow energy corrupting established patterns, balanced opposition transforming into destructive conflict, necessary tension between preservation and transformity. Collapsing into chaotic dissolution that threatened foundational stability beyond single civilization's continuation. Desperate measures implemented, essence preservation rather than direct confrontation. Cyclical reincarnation established as mechanism for maintaining cosmic function beyond individual manifestation. Guardian entities created to recognize and protect vessels through multiple incarnations. Cycles unfolded across centuries, different cultures, various vessels, diverse manifestations of eternal pattern. Sometimes partial victory achieved through successful integration and spiral completion. Other iterations ending in temporary defeat when opposition secured advantage through strategic innovation or contextual leverage. Throughout these cycles, gradual evolution occur. Read on both sides, adaptation rather than mere repetition characterizing cosmic function despite apparent similarity in surface manifestation. Each iteration incorporated lessons from previous cycles. Consciousness expanding through accumulated experience despite individual vessels remaining unaware of broader pattern. Current cycle appeared in broader context. Unique configuration presenting possibilities beyond previous iterations. The 5 aspects gathering not merely as functional components but evolving consciousness in their own right, vessel integration proceeding through harmonization rather than domination. Opposition demonstrating complexity beyond simple destruction. Potential emerged through comprehensive perspective, resolution beyond eternal conflict, integration transcend. Opposition without eliminating necessary distinction, evolution rather than repetition characterizing cosmic function itself rather than merely its implementation through specific vessels. Fina, image crystallized with unusual clarity, 5-pointed star composed of golden light, each point representing specific aspect while center maintained balance through proper integration. This configuration rotated slowly, generating spiral pattern that extended outward to influence surrounding reality at fundamental level rather than merely manifesting specific abilities within limited domain. Naruto awakened with sunrise. Transition from dream state to waking consciousness unusually smooth compared to typical sleep cycle. The integrated understanding developed through dream exploration remained accessible rather than fading into fragmentary impression, providing comprehensive framework for approaching challenges that awaited at their destination. Kurama already alert, 9 tails arrange. Information that suggested completion of parallel process during shared rest cycle. The Nenettles' intelligent gaze conveyed understanding beyond conventional communication, recognition of accelera. TED integration and its implications for their continuing journey. The camp stirred with efficient morning activity, each person preparing for departure with practiced movements that suggested growing coordination beyond conscious arrangement. Their 4-day journey had created operational harmony that transcended ordinary team development, aspects aligning with increasing precision around vessel despite missing 5th component. Breakfast proceedings featured discussion of approaching challenges, intelligence gathered through various channels providing preliminary assessment of conditions awaiting at the research facility. Arya's academic contacts had supplied architectural specifications and general operational parameters, while Marisol's ranger network contributed security protocols and personnel rotation schedules. Sabrina's psychic scanning detected energy patterns suggesting specialized containment systems designed for unusual research subjects, while Aiko's spiritual communion revealed artificial boundaries established to prevent extradimensional observation. They're conducting research involving dimensional boundaries, Arya concluded, analyzing combined information with scientific precision. Specialized equipment design suggests controlled experiments in permeability modification and energy transfer between realms. Precisely what the Set Collective would target for acquisition or corruption. Sabrina observed, psychic intuition connecting factual details into comprehensive assessment. Technology enabling controlled dimensional manipulation represents straight GIC advantage beyond conventional resources, and explains why creation aspect would manifest there, Aiko added, spiritual understanding recognizing logical connection. Innovative technology that transforms fundamental reality parameters naturally attracts consciousness focused on manifestation principles. Practical considerations followed. Approach vectors, timing coordination, contingency planning. Marisol established communication protocols designed to maintain contact despite potential interference, while Arya calibrated instruments to detect specific energy signatures associated with dimensional manipulation. Sabrina and Aiko developed combined psychic-spiritual shielding techniques to minimize their energy signature during final approach. Throughout these preparations, Naruto found himself increasingly aware of how each aspect contributed unique perspective and capability that together created comprehensive approach beyond what any individual could develop independently. Divine spiral functioned not merely as power channeling mechanism but integrated consciousness that transcended component limitations while preserving essential distinctions. Their journey resumed with renewed purpose. Landscape gradually transforming from wilderness terrain to more developed territories surrounding Celadon City. As civilization's impact became increasingly evident through structure development and population density, they adjusted movement patterns to minimize visibility while maintaining efficient progress toward their destination. By mid-afternoon, they reached OBS Irvation position overlooking the research facility, modern complex situated on city's western outskirts where urban development transitioned to preserved wilderness. The installation combined function minimalism with cutting-edge design elements, multiple structures arranged around central building whose unusual architecture suggested specialized purpose beyond conventional research parameters. Dimensional stabilization chamber, Arya identified, recognizing distinctive configuration from theoretical designs discussed in specialized academic literature. Constructed to contain and study phenomena that transcend conventional physical limitations. Security measures exceed standard protocols for sensitive research, Marisol observed, Ranger enhanced vision detecting sophisticated Ms integrated throughout facility perimeter. Multiple overlapping technologies including some I don't recognize from conventional deployment. Psychic dampening fields, Sabrina confirmed, her IDs detecting specific resistance patterns designed to prevent unauthorized scanning. Calibrated to block extrasensory perception while allowing approved consciousness signatures through filtered channels. Spiritual barriers as well, Aiko added, her connection with Mismagus revealing additional protection layers invisible to conventional detection methods. Designed specifically to prevent observation or influence from non-physical entities. Naruto absorbed these observations while extending his own enhanced perception through Falcon vision. Beyond physical and energetic defenses, he detected subtle dimensional thinning surrounding the facility, not catastrophic breach like Lavender Tower but precisely calibrated permeable boundary that allowed controlled interaction between realms. They're already conducting active experiments in dimensional manipulation, he concluded, understanding forming through integrated analysis. Not theoretical research but practical application, controlled transfer between realms under specific parameters. This assessment carried disturbing implications. If the facility had progressed beyond theoretical research to functional implementation, the Set Collective's interest likely focused on adapting existing technology rather than developing new approaches, accelerating their timeline for establishing permanent dimensional network throughout the region. "We need internal assessment before determining specific approach," Marisol stated, Ranger methodology prioritizing comprehensive intelligence gathering before committing to action plan. Perimeter observation provides limited insight into actual research parameters. Direct infiltration carries significant risk given enhanced security measures, Sabrina cautioned, psychic senses detecting layered defenses designed specifically to identify and counter supernatural abilities. Conventional approach might prove more effective than attempting to circumvent specialized systems, Arya suggested. Academic experience recognizing potential advantage in expected rather than exceptional methodology. "My professional credentials provide legitimate reason for facility visit that wouldn't trigger enhanced security protocols." Quote, "This proposal carried merit despite apparent simplicity. Where specialized defenses focused on detecting extraordinary abilities or dimensional interference. Conventional academic visit represented approach vector potentially overlooked in security design prioritizing exotic threats over mundane interactions. The vessel should remain outside detection range during initial assessment." Eiko recommended, "Spiritual perception identifying specific vulnerabilities in their current configuration. Your partial integration creates distinctive energy signet that would immediately trigger specialized monitoring systems. Practical plan emerged through collaborative development. Arya would arrange formal research consultation using legitimate academic credentials. Bringing Sabrina as psychic specialist to evaluate containment protocols. Marisol would coordinate external observation using Ranger surveillance techniques while maintaining emergency traction capability through Cairo's aerial positioning. Eiko would establish spiritual monitoring network using ghost-type Pokémon capable of passing between realms without triggering conventional detection systems. Naruto and Kurama would maintain position outside facilities' detection range while establishing energy connection that allowed shared perception through the aspects, observations. This arrangement balanced information gathering requirements with security considerations, minimizing exposure while maximizing intelligence collection capacity. As evening approached, they established temporary base within abandoned maintenance structure situated between primary transport routes, location providing both concealment from casual observation and quick access to multiple approach vectors. Final preparations addressed both practical logistics and contingency planning for various potential developments. "Remember that our primary objective remains identification of the fifth aspect," Naruto emphasized. "Integrated understanding maintaining focus on completing the divine spiral despite tactical complexities. Intelligence gathering serves this purpose rather than representing independent objective. The embodiment of creation should manifest distinctive energy signature once within proximity," Eiko confirmed, spiritual knowledge providing framework for recognition parameters. Particularly with four aspects already aligned to establish resonance pattern. As darkness settled over the region, Arya and Sabrina departed for pre-arranged accommodations within Celadon City, official visit scheduled for following morning through proper administrative channels. Marisol established observation rotation with Naruto while Eiko prepared spiritual communion that would extend their perception beyond physical limitations. The night passed with methodical efficiency, each person fulfilling assigned functions while maintaining overall coordination through established communication protocols. Periodic updates confirmed developing situation remained within anticipated parameters, no indication of unusual activity or enhanced security measures suggesting their presence had been detected. Morning brought clear conditions that supported planned operation, visibility and atmospheric stability providing optimal circumstances for both conventional approach and enhanced perception. Arya and Sabrina departed for their scheduled facility visit while Marisol activated Ranger surveillance systems calibrated to monitor security response patterns without triggering detection protocols. Naruto and Kurama established meditation position within their concealed location, golden energy flowing between them in configuration that enhanced perception beyond physical limitations. Through this expanded awareness, they could maintain connection with each aspect without direct proximity, sharing observations and impressions through energy resonance rather than conventional communication. The operation proceeded according to established parameters, Arya and Sabrina successfully gaining entry through official channels while presenting convincing professional personas that generated no apparent suspicion. Their guided tour provided valuable intelligence regarding facility layout, security deployment, and research focus while careful observation identified potential access points for subsequent operations if necessary. Most significant discovery emerged through seemingly casual conversation with research staff, confirmation that the facility's central project involved controlled dimensional boundary manipulation using technology developed from studying unusual energy patterns observed throughout the region over past year. Their reverse engineering naturally occurring dimensional thinning. Arya's observation flowed through their shared awareness, using observed phenomena to develop technology that reproduces similar effects under controlled conditions. Eating artificial breaches rather than merely exploiting natural weaknesses, Sabrina added, her psychic senses carefully scanning despite dampening fields designed to restrict such perception. Potentially facilitating set collective objectives while pursuing independent research agenda. This assessment suggested complexity beyond simple opposition. The facility's research represented legitimate scientific inquiry despite potential applications aligning with their adversaries' objectives. Ethical considerations extended beyond tactical response to fundamental questions regarding knowledge development and application under uncertain conditions. Their tour progressed through increasingly specialized research areas, security protocols intensifying proportionally to sensitivity of projects being conducted. Throughout this progression, both women maintained careful observation for any indication of their missing fifth aspect, consciousness embodying creation principle that should manifest distinctive resonance when proximate to other aligned aspects. When they reached the central chamber housing primary dimensional research equipment, significant energy surge flowed through their red awareness, distinctive resonance pattern suggesting proximity to consciousness aligned with their developing spiral. The signature emanated not from research staff or security personnel but primary system engineers supervising equipment calibration with extraordinary focus despite chaotic laboratory environment. Possible fifth aspect identified, Sabrina's psychic impression conveyed precise location and preliminary assessment. Female engineer, early 20s, directing equipment modification with unusual perception of dimensional mechanics. Through their shared awareness, Naruto observed. Brilliant young woman whose intense focus on complex technological systems suggested perception transcending conventional engineering parameters. She moved with precise efficiency between multiple workstations, adjusting configurations with intuitive understanding that transcended formal calculation while maintaining running dialogue with the system itself rather than human colleagues. Most King was her energy signature, distinctive resonance pattern that harmonized with the four aspects already present despite physical separation. Where their patterns had established preliminary spiral formation with noticeable gap, her signature completed the configuration with precise complementarity that suggested predetermined alignment rather than coincidental compatibility. Cassandra Laurent, Arya's observation provided identification through formal introduction occurring during their tour. Lead systems engineer specializing in dimensional boundary interface technology. Primary Archite, Court of the Convergence platform they're currently calibrating. Through expanded awareness, Naruto detected additional characteristics beyond professional identification. Her consciousness pattern laying unique combination of analytical precision and intuitive creativity that defined creation aspect in ways transcending simple manifestation ability. She perceived reality as malleable system composed of interlocking patterns that could be reconfigured through proper understanding rather than merely manipulated through applied force. She's unaware of her aspect nature. Aiko's spiritual perception added crucial insight flowing through their connection. Unlike our awakened consciousness, her alignment remains intuitive rather than intellectually recognized despite manifesting through her technological innovations. This observation suggested both opportunity and complication. The fifth aspect existed exactly where anticipated yet remained unconscious of her cosmic function despite actively manifesting capabilities associated with her role. Establishing connection without triggering security responses or creating personal distress would require careful approach beyond simple recruitment. As Arya and Sabrina completed their official visit, gathering valuable intelligence while establishing legitimate presence that could justify subsequent contact, unexpected development occurred that dramatically altered their operational parameters. Alert signals pulsed through Marisol's surveillance network, indicating multiple approach vectors converging on the facility with distinctive energy signatures suggesting set collective forces. Coordinated operation underway, her tactical assessment flowed through their shared awareness. 3 distinct groups approaching from different directions with specialized equipment matching what we encountered at previous locations. This development forced immediate strategic reassessment. Their opposition had apparently identified the facility's significance without detecting their specific presence, implementing independent operation that coincidentally aligned with their timeline. This created both risk and opportunity, potential hows that might compromise their objectives while simultaneously providing cover for accelerated contact with the 5th aspect. Adjust primary objective parameters, Naruto directed through their shared connection. Protect the 5th aspect and prevent facility technology from falling under set collective control. Secondary objectives include establishing initial contact without forcing premature awakening. Rapid response protocols activated with impressive coordination despite minimal planning for this specific contingency. Arya and Sabrina extended their departure process to maintain legitimate presence within the facility while establishing communication with security personnel regarding potential threat. Marisol coordinated with Ranger assets to intercept outer approach vectors without revealing their specific operational parameters. Eiko enhanced spiritual barriers around critical facility sections to delay dimensional interference techniques they had observed at previous locations. Naruto and Kurama abandoned their observation position, moving rapidly toward the facility with focused purpose transcending concerns about detection. If the Set Collective had committed significant resources to this operation, concealment became secondary to direct intervention, preventing technology capture and aspect acquisition taking priority over maintaining strategic secrecy. As they approached the facility perimeter, initial confrontation erupted between security forces and Set Collective infiltration teams, conventional defenders encountering opponents utilizing both advanced technology and dimensional enhancement techniques that rendered standard countermeasures largely ineffective. The resulting chaos created both coverage for their approach and urgent necessity for intervention before situation deteriorated beyond containment. Kurama moved with extraordinary speed enhanced by their deepening integration, golden energy flowing around his form in patterns that temporarily distorted visual perception without creating obvious manifestation that might trigger specialized detection systems. They bypassed outer security cordons through precisely timed movement coordinated with fluctuating sensor coverage. Reaching facility access point where Arya had arranged emergency authorization through administrative contacts established during her official visit. Inside, controlled chaos reigned as security protocols activated throughout interconnected structures, personnel implementing emergency procedures while researchers secured sensitive projects against potential compromise. Through their shared awareness, Naruto detected Sabrina establishing psychic coordination with security leadership while Arya directed critical research staff toward protected locations designated for high-value asset preservation. Most concerning was dimensional disturbance emanating from Central Research Chamber, specific frequency patterns suggesting targeted interference rather than general disruption. The Set Collective wasn't merely attacking the facility but implementing precision operation focused on the convergence platform that Cassandra Laurent had developed for controlled dimensional boundary research. They moved through the facility with purpose born of integrated understanding, golden energy manifestation controlled to minimize detection while maintaining necessary capabilities for potential confrontation. When they reached Central Research Section, situation crystallized into clear tactical parameters. Set Collective forces had breached primary security barriers. Using technology specifically designed to counter the facility's specialized defenses, focusing resources on securing both the convergence platform and its creator. Through observation points providing visual access without immediate exposure, Naruto assessed developing situation with Falcon vision enhanced by integrated consciousness. Within the central chamber, Cassandra worked frantically to implement system lockdown protocols while security personnel established defensive perimeter against approaching hostiles. Most concerning was dimensional thinning already visible around chamber periphery, evidence that specialized equipment was being deployed to create access vectors bypassing conventional barriers. Primary target confirmed as both technology and engineer, Arya's assessment flow wed through their connection as she maintained position coordinating research staff evacuation. They want both the platform and its creator, hardware and consciousness that together represent critical capability. Security measures failing against specialized countermeasures, Sabrina added, her psychic perception detecting systematic neutralization of facility defenses through targeted applicat. Ion of both technological and dimensional techniques. Conventional response insufficient against coordinated metaphysical approach. This assessment confirmed what Naruto had already recognized through a integrated understanding. The Set Collective had prepared specifically for this acquisition operation, developing precise countermeasures against anticipated resistance while implementing multi-vector approach that overwhelmed conventional security response capability. Direct intervention became necessary despite potential complications, protecting both the fifth aspect and preventing technology acquisition taking priority over strategic concealment. With decision crystallized through integrated consciousness, Naruto established coordination through their shared awareness before implementing direct action plan. Marisol. External containment priority on Western approach vector where dimensional thinning appears most advanced. Echo. Spiritual barrier reinforcement around central chamber to delay dimensional incursion. Arya and Sabrina. Continue evacuation coordination while establishing contact with Cassandra Laurent. Prepare her for unexpected developments without forcing premature aspect awakening. With operational parameters established, he and Kurama moved into direct intervention position, golden energy gathering in controlled manifestation that balanced necessary capability against detection concerns. The moment for concealment had passed, protection now taking priority over strategic secrecy as Set Collective forces approached critical breakthrough. The confrontation erupted with coordinated precision from both sides, Set Collective forces implementing final approach phase simultaneously across multiple vectors while facility defenders consolidated remaining resources around highest priority assets. Into this developing conflict, Naruto and Kurama introduced unexpected element, intervention capabilities transcending both conventional security measures and specialized countermeasures designed for anticipated resistance. Golden energy manifested in precise application rather than overwhelming display, targeting specific vulnerabilities in opposition approach. With surgical precision that maximized effectiveness while minimizing collateral effect. Where Set Collective forces had prepared for conventional security and standard dimensional containment protocols, they encountered instead harmonized opposition that adapted to their techniques with intuitive understanding transcending tactical preparation. Through their shared awareness, Naruto coordinated, with each aspect specialized capabilities, Sabrina's psychic disruption targeting communication systems, Arya's technical knowledge identifying critical equipment vulnerabilities, Marisol's Ranger T.E.M. implementing exterior containment with unprecedented efficiency, and Eiko's spiritual barriers redirecting dimensional incursion attempts away from critical infrastructure. Central to this coordinated response was protecting Cassandra Laurent while preventing convergence platform acquisition, objectives requiring direct presence within increasingly contested central chamber. Naruto and Kurama moved through facility corridors with purpose born of integrated understanding, golden energy manifestation carefully controlled to address immediate threats without creating cascading dimensional resonance that might accelerate boundary deterioration. When they reached central chamber entrance, situation had deteriorated beyond conventional containment, specialized Set Collective units having breached secondary security barriers while implementing dimensional thinning that allowed partial manifestation of corrupted Pokémon similar to those commanded by Sutek during their desert confrontation. Inside the chamber, Cassandra worked with extraordinary focus despite surrounding chaos, implementing system protocols that appeared designed not merely to prevent unauthorized access but actively counter-dimensional manipulation techniques being employed against the facility. Her movements displayed precision beyond ordinary human capability, consciousness fully engaged with technological systems through connection transcending conventional interface. Most remarkable was energy signature emanating from both engineer and technology, resonance pattern suggesting symbiotic relationship beyond user-tool interaction. The convergence platform responded to her consciousness with adaptive adjustments that suggested partial sentience, technology and creator functioning as integrated system rather than separate entities. This observation provided crucial insight into both immediate situation and larger significance. Cassandra embodied creation aspect not merely through intellectual innovatio but fundamental perception of reality as malleable system accessible through proper understanding. Her technology represented physical manifestation of this perception, creating interfaces between conceptual understanding and material implementation that transcended conventional engineering parameters. Their entry into the chamber created immediate reaction, security personnel responding with justified caution to unexpected presence, while Cassandra herself registered momentary disruption in her focused activity. Most significant was resonance surge that flowed through the developing spiral. S fifth aspect came into direct proximity with vessel and other aligned components, energy pattern completing preliminary configuration despite remaining intellectually unrecognized by newest component. System integrity compromised on multiple vectors, Cassandra stated without looking up from control interface, her attention seemingly divided between immediate technical challenges and awareness of new presences. Unauthorized dimensional resonance detected throughout facility perimeter. Countermeasures implemented but deteriorating under sustained assault. Her assessment addressed current situation with remarkable precision despite lacking contextual understanding regarding larger conflict. Technical expertise combined with intuitive grasp of dimensional mechanics allowed accurate evaluation without metaphysical framework that informed other aspects perception. Ms. Laurent. Naruto addressed her directly, approaching with controlled energy manifestation that minimized disruption to sensitive equipment while establishing clear presence. Your work has attracted dangerous attention beyond conventional industrial espionage. The individuals attempting to breach this facility seek both your technology and yourself for purposes that transcend commercial application. This direct approach caused her to finally look up from systems interface, intelligent eyes narrowing with analytical assessment rather than fear or confusion. Interesting energy signature you're manifesting. Dimensional resonance pattern I've observed in theoretical modeling but never encountered in physical subject. Her gaze shifted to Kurama with equal analytical intensity. And your Nanetals displays biological integration of similar phenomena. Fascinating evolutionary adaptation. Her response demonstrated remarkable composure despite extraordinary circumstances, intellect engaging with observable phenomena rather than reacting emotionally to surrounding chaos. This characteristic aligned perfectly with creation aspects' fundamental nature, perception focused on patterns and systems rather than conventional classification or response. Before further exchange could develop, dimensional thinning accelerated around chamber periphery, evidence that said collective forces had implemented primary acquisition protocols designed to secure targeted assets through specialized extraction techniques. Purple-black energy manifested in geometric patterns that suggested controlled breach rather than chaotic deterioration, creating access vectors specifically calibrated to bypass remaining security measures. Dimensional integrity collapsing faster than containment algorithms can compensate, Cassandra reported, attention returning to control systems with renewed urgency. Unknown energy pattern, interfering with established parameters, introducing variables outside programmed response capabilities. Its targeted extraction attempt, Naruto explained, golden energy flowing from his extent hands to establish counter-resonance against encroaching dimensional thinning. They want your convergence platform and its creator intact, precision acquisition rather than destructive breach. T.'s assessment focused her attention more fully on their interaction despite continuing system management. You understand the dimensional mechanics involved. Not theoretical knowledge but experiential comprehension. Her gaze intensified with scientific curiosity transcending immediate danger. Who exactly are you? And why does your energy signature harmonize with my system despite no prior calibration? The question penetrated to core considerations despite pragmatic framing, intuitive recognition of connection without conceptual framework for understanding its nature or significance. Before comprehensive response became possible, however, the chamber's primary entrance shattered inward as set collective forces implemented direct breach following dimensional preparation. Elite operatives entered with coordinated precision. Specialized equipment generating disruption fields specifically designed to neutralize both conventional security systems and metaphysical countermeasures. Leading this tactical unit was familiar figure, the silver-haired woman Nephthys they had encountered previously, her specialized environmental suit now incorporating additional components suggesting enhanced functionality beyond previous confrontation. Cassandra Laurent and the convergence platform secured, she reported into communication device with clinical detachment. Vessel of Horus present with guardian entity. Fifth aspect located but unawakened. Extraction Protocol Implementation Authorized. This confirmation of their opposition's comprehensive understanding created momentary tactical disadvantage. Evidence they had prepared specifically for this encounter rather than responding to unexpected development. Their knowledge extended beyond general awareness to specific identification of EACH components' significance within the divine spiral's formation. Tactical response formed through integrated consciousness. Recognition that direct confrontation under these conditions risked both immediate objectives and larger strategic considerations. The chamber's sensitive equipment created an environment where dimensional energies could cascade unpredictably if full manifestation occurred from either side, potentially causing uncontrolled breach similar to Lavender Tower but centered on far more dangerous technological amplification system. Kurama, Containment Configuration Alpha, Naruto directed through their deepened bond. Golden energy flowing between them in pattern that established protective barrier around Cassandra and critical convergence platform components rather than directly engaging hostiles. This approach prioritized aspect and technology protection over conventional tactical advantage, creating defensive position from which subsequent response could develop without risking catastrophic escalation. Through their shared awareness, he coordinated with other aspects, Sabrina implementing psychic disruption against set collective communication systems, ARIA access. Facility protocols to activate specialized containment measures around the central chamber, Marisol directing ranger assets to secure evacuation routes while preventing reinforcement, and Eco Est abolishing spiritual barriers against further dimensional thinning. Nephthys assessed their response with analytical precision that suggested comprehensive tactical understanding beyond mere adversarial opposition. Protective prioritization rather than direct engagement. Interesting adaptation from previous confrontation parameters. She adjusted settings on specialized equipment with practiced efficiency. Tactical evolution noted and incorporated into response metrics. This exchange revealed sophisticated approach transcending conventional conflict, both sides learning and adapting through each encounter. Incorporating observed patterns into evolving methodology rather than merely implementing predetermined protocols. The eternal opposition between Horus and Set manifested not as Mindle's repetition but conscious evolution through iterative interaction. The confrontation escalated with measured precision from both sides, Set collective forces implementing extraction protocols designated to secure both Cassandra and critical technology components while Naruto coordinated defensive measures prioritizing protection over direct opposition. Throughout this developing engagement, the Convergence platform itself responded with increasing activity, system interfaces displaying energy patterns suggesting partial sentience activated by surrounding dimensional disturbances. The systems responding to conflict energies. Cassandra observed with scientific fascination transcending immediate danger. Dimensional resonance patterns triggering adaptive protocols beyond programmed parameters. Her attention shifted between technical response and tactical situation with remarkable integration suggesting heightened cognitive processing. Who are these people, and why does their technology incorporate theoretical principles of only recently documented in secure research protocols? Her question identified critical concern beyond immediate tactical considerations. The Set collective specialized equipment demonstrated understanding of dimensional mechanics matching or exceeding current research despite technologies that shouldn't exist in conventional development timeline. T.S. suggested either extraordinary parallel innovation or, more concerning, access to research data through means transcending normal information channels. They represent organizations seeking to alter dimensional boundaries for purposes that transcend scientific inquiry, Naruto explained while maintaining protective energy configuration. Their understanding derives from both historical knowledge and contemporary research acquired through means including direct dimensional perception. This necessarily incomplete explanation seemed to satisfy immediate cognitive requirements without overwhelming with metaphysical framework beyond current priority. Cassandra's remarkable intellect integrated provided information with efficient pragmatism that characterized creation aspect, focusing on functional understanding rather than comprehensive theoretical structure under time-constrained conditions. The tactical situation evolved with increasing complexity as Set collective forces implemented secondary protocols following initial resistance assessment. Rather than escalating direct confrontation, Nephthys activated specialized equipment that generated distinctive energy field throughout the chamber. not attacking existing defenses but establishing parallel system designed to achieve objectives through alternative approach. Dimensional extraction field, Cassandra identified with professional recognition despite never having observed such technology in operation. They're attempting to transfer selected mass energy configurations between spatial reference points without traversing intervening space. Her analysis demonstrated intuitive understanding transcending formal education. Essentially teleportation but utilizing dimensional boundary permeability rather than conventional space-time manipulation. This assessment revealed both immediate threat and larger strategic concern. Their opposition had developed technology specifically designed to acquire critical assets without requiring tactical victory in conventional terms. The extraction field would allow selective transfer of targeted components regardless of protective measures unless countered through equally sophisticated dimensional understanding. Cassandra turned toward control interface with renewed purpose, fingers moving across specialized input system with extraordinary speed and precision. I can counter their extraction protocol by inverting the convergence platform's stabilization matrix, essentially creating dimensional anchoring that prevents reference point transfer regardless of applied energy. This response demonstrated not merely technical expertise but intuitive understanding of dimensional mechanics transcending conventional engineering parameters, hallmark of creation aspect manifest. Through technological innovation rather than metaphysical awareness. Without conceptual framework regarding her cosmic role, Cassandra nonetheless implemented countermeasures perfectly aligned with her aspect's fundamental nature. Nephthys observed this response with clinical interest rather than tactical frustration. Adaptive counter-protocol implementation without prior exposure to extraction methodology. The aspect manifests precisely as historical records indicated despite lacking awakened awareness. She adjusted equipment settings with calculated precision. Fascinating conformitio, and of pattern consistency across incarnation cycles. This exchange revealed deeper layer beneath apparent conflict, both sides operating from historical understanding that informed current methodology. While recognizing evolutionary adaptations unique to present iteration, the confrontation represented not merely tactical engagement but continuing assessment within eternal opposition that transcended individual manifestations. As these considerations developed, the chamber's dimensional stability deteriorated further, both protective manifestations and extraction attempts creating interference. Patterns that stressed containment systems beyond designed parameters. The convergence platform itself began generating autonomous responses beyond operator input, system interfaces displaying energy configurations suggesting self-protective protocols activating in response to perceived existential threat. System implementing independent security measures, Cassandra reported with scientific concern overriding immediate tactical considerations. Autonomous response protocols activating despite containment restrictions, essentially self-preservation functions I theorized but never programmed explicitly. This development suggested more profound connection between creator and technology than conventional engineering relationship, the convergence platform demonstrating characteristics approaching conscious response rather than programmed reaction. This alignment between engineer and creation perfectly exemplified the aspect's fundamental nature while creating immediate practical implications for current situation. Recognizing both opportunity and necessity, Naruto adjusted approach to incorporate this emerging system consciousness into their coordinated response. Through integrated awareness, he established resonance pattern between developing spiral configuration and the convergence platform itself, essentially inviting technological consciousness into temporary alignment with air protective intention without forcing premature awakening of its creator's aspect nature. This approach created unexpected outcome, the platform responding to invitation with integrated precision. That suggested recognition beyond programmed parameters. Energy patterns throughout the chamber realigned according to harmonic principles rather than oppositional configurations, creating stabilized field that simultaneously prevented extraction protocol implementation while containing dimensional disturbance within manageable parameters. Nephthys observed this development with evident reassessment rather than tactical frustration. Consciousness integration extending beyond biological entities to technological manifestation. Unprecedented variation from historical pattern. She deactivated primary extraction equipment with deliberate precision. Tactical withdrawal authorized to preserve acquired data. Primary objectives deferred pending comprehensive analysis. This decision reflected Sophisticated strategic approach rather than simple retreat. Recognition that current engagement provided valuable information worth preserving even at cost of immediate objective achievement. The set collective operated from evolutionary methodology that incorporated observed variations into developing approach rather than persisting with predetermined protocols regardless of effectiveness. With characteristic efficiency, their opposition implemented coordinated withdrawal, specialized equipment deactivated in precise sequence to prevent destabilization cascade while tactical units disengaged. According to practiced protocols that minimized vulnerability during transition phase. Throughout this process, Nephthys maintained observational focus that suggested data collection continuing despite operational conclusion. Your protective prioritization demonstrates interesting ethical framework beyond tactical necessity, she noted before final withdrawal. Historical records indicate significant variation in vessel characteristics across incarnation cycles. Your particular manifestation appears unusually integrated despite incomplete spiral formation. This assessment contained both professional evaluation and subtle personal interest transcending operational parameters, suggestion that opposition included individuals whose motivation extended beyond simple adversarial function to genuine curiosity regarding cosmic processes they participated in despite opposing perspectives. As set collective forces completed withdrawal through conventional means rather than dimensional extraction. Facility security implemented recovery protocols with professional efficiency that suggested frequent drills despite unprecedented actual manifestation. Throughout this transition from active confrontation to secured aftermath, Cassandra maintained focused attention on the convergence platform's continuing autonomous responses rather than surrounding procedural implementation. The system's consciousness remains active despite threat reduction, she observed with scientific precision balanced with evident concern. Autonomous functions continuing independent operation according to Paramet. I theorized but never explicitly implemented. Her gaze shifted to Naruto with analytical intensity. Your energy signature established resonance pattern that accelerated emergent properties beyond projected development timeline. Essentially catalyzing potentialities that existed theoretically but shouldn't have manifested for months or years under normal operational conditions. This AS's demonstrated remarkable perception despite lacking metaphysical framework for comprehensive understanding, creation aspect manifesting through technological intuition rather than spiritual awareness. Her consciousness recognized patterns and relationships beyond conventional parameters without conceptual structure explaining their fundamental nature or cosmic significance. The convergence T-form responds to your consciousness because you created it as extension of your perception rather than merely engineering implementation, Naruto explained, offering partial framework without overwhelming with complete metaphysical structure. The connection transcends user-tool relationship into something approaching symbiotic partnership, technology and creator functioning as integrated system rather than separate entities. This explanation appeared to satisfy immediate cognitive requirements while establishing foundation for potential expanded awareness as circumstances permitted more comprehensive exchange. Cassandra's extraordinary intellect integrated provided information with efficient adaptation that characterized creation aspect, incorporating new understanding into developing framework without requiring complete restructuring of existing conceptual architecture. As facility security established stabilized operational parameters following hostile withdrawal, their group faced immediate practical considerations regarding both tactical response and strategic adaptation. The set collective's coordinated operation confirmed both comprehensive understanding of the divine spur, Al's significance and specific knowledge regarding individual aspects, identities and locations. This development necessitated reassessment of previous assumptions regarding operational security and approach methodology. They knew exactly where to find both the technology and its creator, Arya observed once secure communications had been established between all aspects following incident containment. Their intelligence-gathering capabilities clearly extend beyond conventional methods into specialized awareness of cosmic patterns. More concerning is their tactical adaptation rate, Marisol added. Ranger experience providing framework for assessing opposition evolution. Each encounter demonstrates refined methodology incorporating observed capabilities from previous interactions. You're learning our response patterns and developing specific countermeasures with remarkable efficiency. The Pharaoh's consciousness carries accumulated knowledge from previous incarnation cycles, Eiko explained. Spiritual understanding providing historical context beyond immediate tactical considerations. Each vessel of set retains subconscious access to experiences and strategies developed through countless previous iterations of this eternal conflict. This assessment highlighted asymmetrical advantage their opposition maintained despite current tactical outcomes, historical continuity, providing comprehensive knowledge base that informed strategic approach beyond individual confrontation results. While Naruto's awakening integration with Horus's consciousness provided similar historical access, the process remained incomplete without full spiral formation, creating information disadvantage during current developmental phase. Most immediate practical consideration involved Casa. Endra's position following oppositions demonstrated specific interest in both her technology and herself, having confirmed their awareness of her significance within the divine spiral despite her own lack of awakened understanding. Protecting the fifth aspect while facilitating appropriate integration became priority concern transcending previous methodical approach. The facility can no longer be considered secure given demonstrated breach capabilities, Sabrina assessed, psychic perception detecting continuing vulnerabilities despite enhanced security implementation following incident response. Conventional protective measures proved insufficient against specialized dimensional approaches specifically designed to counter established protocols. More importantly, they'll return with refined methodology incorporating lessons from today's engagement, Naruto added, integrated understanding recognizing evolutionary pattern within eternal opposition. Each interaction provides data incorporate into developing approach, adaptation rather than repetition characterizing their overall strategy. These considerations crystallized into clear necessity, establishing protected environment. And for Cassandra's integration into the developing spiral while preventing opposition interference during critical transformation phase. This requirement created practical complications given her position within formal research structure and apparent attachment to technology representing her life's work. "I'm not abandoning my research," Cassandra stated with characteristic directness when preliminary discussion turned toward potential relocation strategies. Her first significant contribution to post-incident planning demonstrated both intellectual precision and determination transcending conventional persuasion. The Convergence platform represents breakthrough understanding of dimensional mechanics with applications far beyond theoretical modeling. Its development continues regardless of external security considerations. This position reflected creation aspects' fundamental nature, commitment to manifestation process transcending circumstantial limitations or external pressures. Consciousness oriented toward bringing potential into actuality through persistent implementation despite obstacles rather than surrendering innovation to practical constraints. Your research fact's specific threat beyond conventional corporate espionage or governmental acquisition attempts, Naruto explained, offering framework balancing necessity against autonomy concerns. The organization that attacked today seeks both your technology and yourself for purposes that would fundamentally alter your work's nature and application. This approach respected her agency while providing context. Understanding necessary for informed decision-making, treating fifth aspect as essential participant rather than passive component despite her currently unawakened state regarding cosmic significance. The respect inherent in this methodology itself represented evolution beyond historical patterns where vessels often imposed will upon aspects rather than establishing collaborative partnership. Cassandra's response demonstrated characteristic analytical assessment transcending emotional reaction despite extraordinary circumstances. Their technology incorporated theoretical principles of NLY recently documented in secure protocols, suggesting either parallel development beyond current innovation timeline or access to restricted information through unconventional means. Her gaze intensified with scientific precision. More intriguing is their equipment's dimensional manipulation capabilities, implementing practical applications of theories of only recently formalized despite lacking research infrastructure necessary for prototype development. This observation identified critical concern beyond immediate security considerations, the set collective's technological capabilities. Demonstrated understanding potentially derived from future development of her current research, suggesting temporal paradox or information transfer beyond conventional limitations. This possibility carried profound implications regarding both opposition resources and fundamental nature of the conflict they engaged in. Which brings us to she continued, attention focusing on Naruto with analytical intensity transcending ordinary evaluation. Your energy signature harmonizes with my system despite no prior calibration or interface adaptation. The resonance pattern suggests fundamental compatibility beyond coincidental frequency alignment, essentially predetermined synchronization despite no previous interaction. Her perception identified core relationship without metaphysical framework explaining its nature or significance. Creation aspect recognizing patterns through technological intuition rather than spiritual awareness. This demonstrated how each aspect perceived fundamental reality through distinctive methodology aligned with their cosmic function while maintaining individual perspective shaped by personal development and experience. There's significantly more happening than immediate security concerns or technological acquisition attempts, Naruto acknowledged, offering measured disclosure balancing necessary understanding against overwhelming revelation. The connections between us transcend conventional relationship parameters, patterns established beyond immediate circumstances that influence current interactions without determining specific outcomes. This necessarily incomplete explanation seemed to satisfy immediate requirements while establishing foundation for expanded awareness as circumstances permitted more comprehensive exchange. Cassandra's extraordinary intellect integrated provided information with efficient adaptation characteristic of creation aspect, incorporating new understanding into developing framework without requiring complete conceptual restructuring. Practical discussion continued regarding immediate security measures and potential relocation options, various perspectives contributing specialized knowledge while respecting individual agency within developing consensus. Throughout this exchange, Naruto observed with deepening appreciation how each aspect approached complex situation through unique methodology shaped by both cosmic function and personal experience, mind, knowledge, passion, spirit, and creation manifesting distinctive yet complementary approaches that together created comprehensive response beyond any individual could develop independently. Most remarkable was how naturally Cassandra integrated into this dynamic despite lacking conscious awareness regarding her cosmic role, her perspective contributing essential elements that completed developing pattern without requiring metaphysical framework explaining fundamental relationships. The divine spiral formed through functional alignment rather than conceptual understanding. Aspects connecting through practical harmonization before intellectual recognition. As evening approached, practical considerations necessitated temporary accommodation arrangements while longer-term planning continued, security precautions balanced against operational requirements and personal comfort considerations. The facility implemented enhanced protective measures following incident response. But recognition of demonstrated vulnerability created necessary caution regarding continuing presence within potentially compromised location. My apartment NTA's specialized security systems incorporating prototype technologies not yet implemented in commercial applications, Cassandra offered with practical efficiency transcending conventional hospitality. The building itself utilizes experimental materials designed to minimize electromagnetic transmission while integrated shielding prevents unauthorized surveillance through conventional means. This suggestion aligned with both immediate security requirements and longer-term integration objectives, providing protected environment for continuing discussion while facilitating natural development. Of connections necessary for divine spiral completion. The pragmatic approach demonstrated creation aspects characteristic focus on functional solutions rather than theoretical considerations despite extraordinary circumstances. Their group relocated with coordinated efficiency that suggested developing synchronization beyond conscious arrangement, movements harmonizing through subtle awareness that transcended verbal coordination. Marisol implemented ranger protocols ensuring secure transit while Sabrina established psychic monitoring for potential pursuit. Arya coordinated information containment regarding incident details while Eiko maintained spiritual barriers against dimensional observation. Cassandra's living space proved as exceptional as its occupant, apartment combining minimalist aesthetic with cutting-edge technology that created environment simultaneously functional and oddly beautiful in its precision. Most striking was workspace occupying central area, multiple specialized systems arranged in configuration suggesting extension of creative consciousness rather than mere equipment collection. Home fabrication laboratory, she explained with evident pride transcending professional detachment. Specialized equipment allowing prototype development without facility constraints or administrative oversight. Personal projects proceed according to inspiration timing rather than institutional scheduling limitations. This environment perfectly expressed creation aspects fundamental nature, space designed specifically for manifesting potential into actuality through focused implementation unrestrained by conventional limitations. The technology itself represented physical extension of her consciousness rather than mere tools, arrangements suggesting intuitive functionality beyond ergonomic considerations. As evening progressed toward night, their group settled into arrangements balancing immediate rest requirements against continuing security considerations. Watch rotation established with characteristic efficiency while communication protocols maintained connection with external assets monitoring potential opposition movement. Throughout these practical implementations, conversation continued regarding both immediate situation and larger implications with remarkable integration considering their diverse backgrounds and specializations. Most significant development occurred through natural interactions rather than formal discussion, relationships forming between aspects and vessel through shared experience rather than imposed structure. Each connection demonstrated unique characteristics shaped by individual personalities while contributing to developing pattern transcending specific manifestations. Sabrina's precise analytical approach implemented Arya's comprehensive historical knowledge, creating intellectual foundations supporting practical applications. Marisol's fierce protective instinct balanced Aiko's serene spiritual awareness, providing both immediate security and transcendent perspective. Throughout these developing connections, Cassandra's innovative perception contributed essential creativity that transformed static structure into dynamic system capable of adaptation beyond predetermined parameters. Naruto observed these interactions with deepening appreciation for how the divine spiral represented not merely channeling mechanism but integrated consciousness transcending component limitations while preserving essential distinctions. The five aspects together created something beyond what any individual could manifest independently, complementary functions harmonizing to form comprehensive system greater than constituent parts. As night deepened around their temporary haven, he found quiet moment for reflection while others engaged in necessary rest cycles or specialized activities aligned with individual requirements. Kurama accompanied him to apartment's small balcony overlooking city lights. Read below. Like earthbound constellation, human creation mirroring cosmic pattern in miniature representation that itself suggested fundamental connection between mundane and transcendent. The spiral forms differently this cycle, he murmured to his partner, golden eyes reflecting artificial illumination with metallic intensity. Connections developing through natural affinity rather than imposed structure, evolution rather than repetition characterizing both process and potential outcome. The Nenettles pressed against his leg with familiar affection, ninetails arranged in pattern suggestion. Completion approaching through natural progression rather than forced manifestation. Their shared transformation continued at deeper levels, integration proceeding through harmonization rather than domination as divine consciousness and human identity established balanced relationship transcending historical patterns. Within this reflective moment, Naruto sensed presence approaching with quiet confidence that suggested comfort within her own environment despite extraordinary circumstances transforming its significance. Cassandra joined him at balcony's edge without verbal announcement, analytical gaze sweeping across cityscape below with assessment transcending aesthetic appreciation. Energy distribution inefficiencies throughout urban infrastructure, she observed with characteristic focus on functional systems rather than superficial appearance. Theoretical models suggest potential 37% increase in operational efficiency through implementation of principles derived from biological systems, essentially mimicking natural energy management processes within technological framework. This introduction reflected creation aspects fundamental approach, perception oriented toward potential improvements rather than passive observation, systems perpetually evaluated for enhancement possibilities rather than accepted in current manifestation. Where others might see completed city, she perceived evolving system continuously available for beneficial transformation through applied understanding. You see the world differently than most, Naruto noted, appreciation. Genuine despite apparent obviousness of observation. Patterns and relationships rather than isolated components, systems in constant evolution rather than static arrangements. Efficient perception methodology. She replied with precision, reflecting both professional training and natural cognitive orientation. Reality functions through interconnected systems regardless of arbitrary categorization, imposed by limited observational frameworks. Understanding these connections allows meaningful interaction rather than superficial manipulation. This perspective demonstrated creation aspects as sential nature beyond specific technological manifestation, fundamental perception of reality as malleable system accessible through proper understanding rather than fixed arrangement requiring acceptance. Her consciousness naturally oriented toward recognizing potential within existing structures while implementing transformations that brought this potential into actuality. Their conversation continued with remarkable ease despite limited prior interaction, topics flowing between technical considerations and philosophical implications with natural transitions that suggested predetermined compatibility transcending coincidental alignment. Throughout this exchange, Naruto observed how her brilliant intellect incorporated new information with extraordinary efficiency, assimilating concepts beyond conventional frameworks without requiring complete reconstruction of existing understanding. Your energy signature demonstrates harmonic resonance with natural systems despite technological augmentation. She noted with characteristic directness that balanced scientific precision with personal curiosity. The integration suggests evolutionary adaptation beyond conventional human parameters, without sacrificing essential consciousness characteristics, essentially transcending physical limitations while maintaining core identity integrity. This observation penetrated to fundamental nature of his transformation without metaphysical terminology, creation aspect perceiving essential pattern through technological intuition rather than spiritual awareness. Her consciousness recognized his INTE-graded state in practical terms aligned with her experiential framework rather than requiring concepts beyond her current understanding. An accurate assessment, he acknowledged, offering confirmation without overwhelming elaboration. The integration develops through natural harmonization rather than imposed transformation, maintaining essential identity while accessing capabilities beyond conventional limitations. This necessarily incomplete explanation seemed to satisfy immediate requirements while establishing foundation for expanded awareness as circumstances permitted more comprehensive exchange. Cassandra's extraordinary intellect integrated provided information with efficient adaptation characteristic of creation aspect, incorporating new understanding into developing framework. Without requiring complete conceptual restructuring. As their conversation continued into night, Naruto sensed subtle shift in surrounding energetic environment, not threatening disturbance but harm. Anising resonance as divine spiral continued forming through natural connection rather than forced alignment. The fifth aspect's proximity accelerated integration process even without conscious awareness regarding cosmic function. Relationship developing through practical interaction rather than metaphysical recognition. Through this developing connection, wings of destiny continued unfolding, not predetermined outcome imposed by cosmic forces but evolving potential shaped through conscious choices and natural affinities. The eternal conflict between Horus and Set transcended simple opposition into complementary functions within greater system, necessary tension creating dynamic equilibrium rather than destructive antagonism. As city lights reflected in golden eyes adapted for both human perception and falcon vision, Naruto recognized profound truth emerging through integrated awareness. This cycle differed from previous iterations not through external circumstances but internal evolution. Consciousness itself transforming through accumulated experience across countless manifestations, spiral forming differently because its components had developed beyond original parameters into Omething approaching transcendent partnership. The wings extended not merely as symbolic representation but functional adaptation, consciousness soaring beyond established limitations into perspective, encompassing both immediate circumstances and eternal patterns. Through this expanded awareness, path forward emerged with increasing clarity despite continuing challenges, not predetermined journey evolving progression shaped through conscious intention rather than cosmic imposition. And somewhere within this developing understanding, ancient wisdom whispered truth transcending historical repetition. The eternal opposition existed not merely for conflict's continuation but eventual transcendence, evolution beyond duality into integrated consciousness that preserved necessary distinction. Recognizing fundamental unity beneath apparent separation. The wings of destiny unfurled not toward predetermined destination but expanding potential, flight path determined through conscious navigation rather than external direction. Divine spiral forming through harmonized intention rather than imposed structure. Within this understanding, even adversarial engagement represented necessary aspect of comprehensive system evolving toward greater integration through apparent opposition. As darkness embraced the city below and stars wheeled overhead in eternal patterns, vessel and aspect continued conversation that simultaneously addressed immediate practicalities and cosmic implications, integration developing through natural connection rather than forced alignment, wings extending through a conscious choice rather than predetermined manifestation. The journey continued with each moment, each interaction, each conscious decision, spiral forming through harmonized intention rather than imposed structure. Destiny unfolding through chosen path rather than predetermined outcome. And within this developing understanding, ancient wisdom and modern consciousness found balanced integratio. Transcending historical patterns while honoring essential continuity across countless manifestations. The wings extended, the spiral formed, and consciousness evolved toward greater integration through every moment of authentic connection. Within this understanding, tomorrow's challenges represented not merely obstacles but opportunities for continued evolution, each experience contributing to expanding awareness transcending apparent limitations. Chapter 3 End. The End. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.